Hey story enthusiasts! This is Imagineverse bringing you another gem. In this video, we present to you, Hermione discovered she was a pureblood heiress on the train and ancient magic bound her to Harry forever. If you enjoy these stories as much as we enjoy sharing them, please like, subscribe, and share with your friends. Let's dive in. Chapter 1, Blood and Bonds. Steam billowed across platform 9 3/4, wreathing the scarlet Hogwarts Express in a gauzy shroud as students and parents scurried about in the familiar September chaos. Hermione Granger pushed her trolley through the crowd, her bushy hair pulled back in a practical ponytail, trunk packed with twice the recommended reading for the upcoming term. Hermione! Over here! She spotted Harry Potter waving frantically from beside an open train door, his perpetually messy hair even more disheveled than usual. Something in her chest lightened at the sight of him. After the Department of Mystery's disaster last spring, seeing him looking relatively whole brought immeasurable relief. Harry! She abandoned her cart to the porter and threw her arms around him, feeling him stiffen momentarily before relaxing into her embrace. You've grown taller, she observed, stepping back. Harry's green eyes crinkled as he grinned. And you've got a tan. Good summer, then. France was lovely, though I spent most of it reading ahead for any WT classes. You. A shadow crossed his face. The Dursleys were, well, the Dursleys. But I spent the last 2 weeks with Ron's family, which helped. He grabbed her trunk. Come on, we've saved you a spot. As they navigated the narrow corridor, Hermione noticed the stares and whispers following Harry. The Daily Prophet had done a complete reversal since June, declaring him the chosen one, after finally acknowledging Voldemort's return. Ignore them, she murmured, squeezing his arm. I'm trying. His voice was tight. It's just, last year they thought I was delusional, now they expect me to save them all. The compartment door slid open to reveal Ron Weasley sprawled across one bench, a half-eaten chocolate frog in hand. Took you long enough. Thought you might have missed the train after all. My parents wanted extra time to say goodbye, Hermione said, settling opposite him. They're worried, with everything that's happening. A moment of somber silence fell over the trio. The war was no longer theoretical, people were disappearing daily, mysterious accidents plaguing both Muggle and magical communities. Right cheerful start to the term, Ron finally quipped, breaking the tension. Anyone fancy a game of exploding snap? Harry and Hermione exchanged a knowing look. Ron's method of coping was steadfast normality, and perhaps they could use a bit of that. The train lurched forward, platform 9 3/4 sliding away as they chugged toward another year at Hogwarts. Their compartment filled with conversation about Quidditch prospects and speculation about their new professors. An hour into the journey, a sharp tapping interrupted them. A regal tawny owl hovered outside their window, a small package clutched in its talons. Who's sending post now? Ron frowned. We've barely left London. Harry unlatched the window, and the owl swooped in, dropping the package directly onto Hermione's lap before departing without waiting for treats or payment. That's odd, Hermione murmured, examining the small box wrapped in aged parchment. Her name was inscribed in elegant, flowing script she didn't recognize. No return address, no explanation. Careful, Harry cautioned. After everything that's happened, I know. She drew her wand, casting a series of detection charms. No hexes or curses that I can detect. Could be from your parents? Ron suggested, leaning forward curiously. They would have given it to me this morning. Hermione's fingers hovered over the twine. Something about the package felt significant, a weight beyond its physical presence. It feels old. Only one way to find out, Harry said, moving to sit beside her. Hermione carefully untied the twine and peeled back the ancient parchment. Inside lay an ornate wooden box, its surface carved with intricate runes and symbols that seemed to shimmer with inner light. A small golden key was attached with a delicate chain. Blimey, Ron whispered. That looks valuable. Hermione inserted the key with trembling fingers. The lock clicked open, and a soft golden glow emanated from within. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, lay 3 items: a sealed letter on heavy parchment, a delicate silver ring set with a deep blue stone, and a small vial containing what appeared to be blood. What in Merlin's name? Ron leaned closer. There's only one way to find out, Hermione said, breaking the wax seal on the letter. As she unfolded it, her eyes widened, face draining of color. Hermione. Harry's voice seemed distant as she read, "My dearest daughter, if you are reading this, then the charms we cast have worked, and this letter has found you on your 17th birthday, as you travel to complete your magical education. The truth we have kept hidden can remain so no longer. You are not the daughter of Muggles, Hermione, but the last living heir of the House of Ravenclaw, through my bloodline, and the noble house of Dagworth Granger through your fathers. The blood magic we performed at your birth concealed your true heritage to protect you from those who would seek to harm the last of our lines. We made a choice born of desperate times. When the Dark Lord's power was at its height, we knew our child would be hunted if her true identity was known. We entrusted you to my squib cousin Helen and her husband, who raised you as their own with our eternal gratitude. The enchantment dissolves today, your true 17th birthday. The ring is your birthright, the Ravenclaw heir's signet. The vial contains a heritage potion, add 3 drops of your blood to confirm what I tell you now. We have watched over you from afar, seen your brilliance shine. Know that we have always loved you and remain with you in ways you will soon understand. With all my heart, your mother, Eleanor Ravenclaw Dagworth Granger. Hermione's hands shook violently as she lowered the letter. Hermione. Harry's concerned voice finally penetrated her shock. What is it? She couldn't form words, simply handing him the letter. Harry read quickly, his eyes growing progressively wider. Bloody hell, he breathed when he finished. That's not possible, Hermione interrupted, her analytical mind finally engaging. I can't be. I'm Muggle-born. My parents are dentists. What's going on? Ron demanded, grabbing the letter from Harry. As he read, his expression shifted from curiosity to disbelief. Ravenclaw's heir. And Dagworth Granger? As in Hector Dagworth Granger, founder of the most extraordinary society of potioneers. This must be some kind of cruel joke, Hermione said, though a strange certainty was building inside her, resonating with the words in the letter. Perhaps someone trying to trick me into, open the vial, Harry suggested quietly. If it's a heritage potion like the letter says, it should reveal the truth. Hermione stared at the crystal vial, its contents shimmering with an opalescent quality. I don't know the proper way to add 3 drops of your blood, it said, Ron pointed out. Simple enough. With trembling fingers, Hermione uncorked the vial. She used her wand to make a tiny incision on her fingertip, watching as 3 drops of blood fell into the potion. The liquid instantly changed color, swirling with blues and silvers before settling into a deep royal purple. I've read about this, Ron said, sounding uncharacteristically knowledgeable. Pureblood families use heritage potions to verify bloodlines. Purple means. The potion suddenly rose from the vial, forming a shimmering family tree in midair. Names and dates appeared in glowing script, tracing back through generations. At the very top, clear as day, Rowena Ravenclaw. It's true, Harry whispered, as they all stared at the luminous display. You really are Ravenclaw's heir. Hermione felt lightheaded, her entire identity shifting beneath her feet. But how? Why would they? Protection, Harry said simply. During the First War with Voldemort, they hid you with Muggle relatives to keep you safe. Just like you, Hermione realized, meeting Harry's gaze. But in reverse. The ring, Ron pointed to the silver and sapphire band still nestled in the box. Family signets usually have protections and magic in them. Hermione picked up the ring, feeling it warm instantly to her touch. Delicate silver vines wrapped around a brilliant sapphire, tiny runes etched into the metal. Without conscious decision, she slipped it onto the middle finger of her right hand. The moment the ring settled against her skin, a surge of magic rushed through her body. Hermione gasped as ancient power flowed into her veins, awakening something that had been dormant her entire life. The compartment filled with swirling blue light emanating from the ring, and her vision blurred. Images flashed before her, a towering castle that wasn't Hogwarts, libraries filled with knowledge beyond imagining, powerful witches and wizards performing spells she'd never seen. Generations of her family, their faces similar to her own in subtle ways, their power a legacy carried through blood. Hermione. Harry's voice cut through the visions. She felt his hand grasp hers, and the contact sent a jolt of electricity between them. The moment Harry touched her, the blue light from her ring met an unexpected counterpart, a golden glow emanating from Harry himself. The two auras spiraled together, intertwining in the air between them. Neither could pull away as the magic built to blinding intensity. Ancient words formed in Hermione's mind, spilling from her lips without conscious thought: anima vinculum, magia antiqua, sanguiniti virtut, nos coniungera in aeternum. Harry, seemingly caught in the same enchantment, repeated the words perfectly though he'd never studied Latin. Their voices harmonized, the compartment vibrating with magical energy. Ron backed against the window, eyes wide. What's happening? Neither could answer as the swirling magic coalesced into a brilliant white light that enveloped them completely before suddenly collapsing inward, sinking beneath their skin. A shockwave of power rippled outward, rattling the glass and sending Ron's scattered chocolate frog cards flying. Then, silence. Hermione and Harry stared at each other, both breathing heavily. Their hands remained clasped, a faint glow still visible where their skin touched. What, Harry managed, was that? Hermione felt different, more complete somehow, as though a missing piece had just slotted into place. And she could sense Harry, not just physically but mentally, a warm presence at the edge of her consciousness. I think. She swallowed hard. I think we just formed a magical bond. A what? Ron looked between them, confusion and something like wariness on his face. A soul bond, Hermione whispered, knowledge somehow bubbling up from within. Ancient magic, activated by my bloodline And what? Harry prompted, still not releasing her hand. And something in you that resonated with it. She frowned, trying to organize her chaotic thoughts. The words we spoke, they were about binding magic and blood and virtue eternally. Eternally? Harry's voice cracked. As in forever? Before Hermione could answer, the compartment door slid open, revealing Draco Malfoy flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. His usual sneer froze as he took in the scene, the scattered magical artifacts, the fading glow around Harry and Hermione, their clasped hands. What are you three up to? His eyes narrowed suspiciously, then widened as they fixed on Hermione's ring. Recognition, then shock flashed across his face. Where did you get that, Granger? Hermione instinctively covered the ring with her other hand. None of your business, Malfoy. But Draco was already backing away, unusual fear in his eyes. That's impossible. You can't be, he turned abruptly. Come on, he barked at his confused cronies, disappearing down the corridor. That was weird, Ron said. Even for Malfoy. He recognized the ring, Hermione realized. Pureblood families would know each other's signets. Hermione, Harry said quietly, finally releasing her hand. What exactly happened to us just now? She looked down at her palm, where a faint pattern had appeared, a delicate silver tracing that resembled a combination of a lightning bolt and a raven's wing. Checking Harry's hand, she found the same mark there, glowing golden rather than silver. Soul bonds are incredibly rare, she said, academic knowledge providing comfort in the face of overwhelming change. They're mentioned in ancient texts, usually as legends. A permanent magical connection between two compatible magical cores. Compatible how? Harry asked. Complementary powers, destinies aligned in some way. Hermione's mind raced. The letter said I'm Ravenclaw's heir. And you, Harry, you were chosen by Gryffindor's sword. Two founders' legacies, united. But what does this mean for us? Harry's eyes searched hers, uncertainty and something else, wonder, perhaps, in their green depths. I don't know exactly, she admitted. But I can feel you, here. She tapped her temple. Not thoughts exactly, but awareness. Emotions. Harry nodded slowly. I feel it too. Like you're, right there, even when I close my eyes. Ron cleared his throat awkwardly. So, are you two, like, magically married now or something? Ron! Hermione exclaimed, heat rushing to her cheeks. What? It's a legitimate question. Ron defended. Soul bonds in the old stories always end up with, it's not like that, Hermione interrupted, though uncertainty colored her voice. It's a magical connection, not a romantic entanglement. Even as she said it, she felt a curious warmth through the nascent bond, and Harry's cheeks reddened suspiciously. We need more information, Harry said decisively. There must be books about this sort of thing at Hogwarts. If there are, Hermione will find them, Ron said, attempting levity despite the obvious tension. The train lurched suddenly, and the overhead lights flickered. Outside their window, the sky had darkened prematurely, unnatural storm clouds gathering with alarming speed. That doesn't look right, Harry murmured, pressing his face to the glass. A cold dread settled in Hermione's stomach, echoed immediately through the bond as Harry felt it too. They exchanged glances. Dementors, they said in unison. The temperature in the compartment plummeted. Frost began crystallizing on the windows, their breath turning to fog in the suddenly frigid air. Not again, Ron groaned, fumbling for his wand. Harry was already on his feet, wand drawn. Stay behind me. Harry, I can fight too, Hermione protested, rising beside him. I know, but, he broke off, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Actually, I have an idea. Give me your hand. Without questioning, Hermione clasped his free hand. The moment they touched, that now familiar surge of magic flowed between them, their newly formed bond humming with power. Think of your happiest memory, Harry instructed. And cast with me. Understanding dawned. Together, they raised their wands as the compartment door began to rattle, dark shapes visible through the frosted glass. Expecto Patronum, they shouted in perfect unison. What emerged from their wands defied all expectation. Rather than Harry's stag or the otter Hermione had previously conjured, a massive phoenix erupted forth, formed of silver blue light shot through with gold. It filled the compartment with blinding radiance, its wingspan stretching wall to wall as it soared through the closed door, passing through solid matter as though it weren't there. Through the window, they watched their combined Patronus streak along the train, growing larger as it flew, until it resembled Fawkes the size of a dragon. The Dementors, at least a dozen of them swarming the train, scattered before it, fleeing into the storm clouds. In their wake, the unnatural darkness lifted, sunlight breaking through once more. The Patronus circled the train once before dissolving into particles of light that rained down like benevolent sparks. The three friends stood in stunned silence. That, Ron finally said, was bloody brilliant. It was different, Hermione whispered. Our patron uses combined. The soul bond, Harry realized. It must have merged our magic somehow. The compartment door slid open again, revealing Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood, both looking shaken but excited. Did you see that phoenix? Neville exclaimed. It drove away all the Dementors. A combined Patronus, Luna said dreamily, her protuberant eyes moving between Harry and Hermione with unusual sharpness. How fascinating. That only happens when wizards share a magical bond. Harry and Hermione exchanged startled looks. Leave it to Luna to immediately recognize what had occurred. What do you know about magical bonds, Luna? Hermione asked carefully. Luna entered the compartment, sitting beside Ron. "Oh, Daddy wrote an article about them last year. They were quite common in ancient times, when magic was wilder. Two compatible magical cores can create extraordinary power when united." Her gaze dropped to their hands, where the matching marks still shimmered. "The mark of Avalon," she observed. "Very rare." "The mark of what?" Harry asked. "Avalon," Luna repeated. "The ancient seat of magical power in Britain, before Hogwarts was founded. The marks mean you're blessed by old magic itself." She tilted her head. Something significant must have happened to trigger such a bond. Hermione hesitated, then slowly explained about the package, her heritage, and the spontaneous formation of the bond. Neville's eyes grew progressively wider, while Luna merely nodded as though this explained everything. "Ravenclaw's heir," Neville breathed. That's incredible, Hermione." "It's quite logical, actually," Luna commented. "Your intelligence, your thirst for knowledge." The Ravenclaw line was thought lost, but hiding in the Muggle world would have been clever protection during the war. But why would it create a bond with Harry? Ron asked, still looking bewildered. "Because Harry has his own legacy," Luna said simply. "The Potter line is ancient too, with connections to Gryffindor. Old bloodlines recognize each other." Hermione's analytical mind latched onto this. "Is that true, Harry? About your family?" Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "I don't know much about my family history. No one ever told me." "That seems deliberate," Luna observed. "Keeping both of you ignorant of your heritage." An uncomfortable silence fell as they considered the implications. Who would have reason to hide such information from them? The train began to slow as they approached Hogsmeade Station. Outside, rain had begun to fall, pattering against the windows. "We should change into our robes," Hermione suggested, trying to restore normalcy. "We'll figure all this out once we're at Hogwarts." As the others gathered their things, Harry caught Hermione's arm. "Are you okay?" he asked quietly. "This is a lot to take in." She offered a shaky smile. "I'm not sure. Everything I thought I knew about myself has just been turned upside down. And now we're connected somehow. We'll figure it out together," Harry promised. "Whatever it means." Through their new bond, Hermione could feel his sincerity, and beneath it, a current of wonder and confusion that matched her own. Whatever this connection was, whatever her true heritage meant, they were facing it as a united front. As they prepared to disembark, Hermione slipped the letter and empty vial back into the wooden box, securing it in her bag. The ring remained on her finger, a constant reminder of the identity she was only beginning to discover. What none of them noticed was the cold blue eye watching them from a crack in the compartment door, Albus Dumbledore's, using a disillusionment charm to observe the exact moment a carefully constructed plan began to unravel. The great hall buzzed with conversation as students settled at their house tables for the welcoming feast. Hermione and Harry sat close together, the new bond between them creating an almost magnetic pull. Ron took his usual place opposite them, still eyeing them warily as though expecting them to suddenly burst into magical flames. "Stop staring, Ron," Hermione hissed. "You're drawing attention." Indeed, more than a few curious glances were directed their way. Word of the magnificent Patronus that had driven off the Dementors had spread through the train, and now speculation ran rampant. "Sorry," Ron muttered. "It's just weird, isn't it? Yesterday you were Hermione Granger, Muggle-born. Today you're some pureblood heiress magically connected to Harry." "I'm still me," Hermione insisted, though uncertainty colored her voice. "Finding out about my biological parents doesn't change who I am." "Of course it doesn't," Harry agreed quickly, his support flowing through their bond. Hermione smiled gratefully, then frowned as she noticed Dumbledore watching them intently from the staff table. There was something calculating in his gaze that made her uneasy. "Harry," she whispered. "Dumbledore's staring at us." Harry followed her gaze. He probably heard about the Dementors and the Patronus. We'll have to explain what happened. Should we tell him everything? Hermione wasn't sure why she hesitated. Dumbledore had always been their trusted mentor, yet something about this situation made her wary. Before Harry could answer, the doors swung open and Professor McGonagall led in the line of first years. The sorting ceremony began, momentarily diverting attention from them. As Zeller, Rose, was sorted into Hufflepuff, Dumbledore rose to give his customary welcome speech. His eyes twinkled as he spread his arms wide. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts. Before we become befuddled by our excellent feast, I have a few announcements. Hermione tried to focus, but her attention kept drifting to the ring on her finger and the faint presence of Harry in her mind. It wasn't intrusive, she couldn't read his thoughts, but she could sense his emotions, his attention shifting between Dumbledore's speech and his own swirling questions. And finally, I must address the unfortunate incident on the Hogwarts Express. Dementors attempted to board the train, for reasons the Ministry is currently investigating. A murmur ran through the hall. Fortunately, Dumbledore continued, quick action by certain students prevented any harm. A particularly powerful Patronus charm drove the Dementors away. His eyes fixed deliberately on Harry and Hermione. Those responsible should be commended for their quick thinking and exceptional magic. More murmurs, and many heads turned toward Harry, the known Patronus caster among the students. Now, let the feast begin. Dumbledore clapped, and food appeared on the golden plates. He definitely knows something, Harry murmured as they began filling their plates. But how could he? Hermione wondered. Unless, she broke off as Ginny slid onto the bench beside Harry. Is it true? Ginny asked without preamble. Luna said you two cast a Phoenix Patronus that was the size of a dragon. Luna exaggerates, Hermione said quickly. It was pretty big, Ron contradicted through a mouthful of potatoes. And definitely a phoenix. Ginny's eyes widened. Since when do you cast a Phoenix Patronus? Isn't yours a stag, Harry? It's complicated, Harry hedged. They've got a magical bond now, Ron said, earning simultaneous glares from Harry and Hermione. What? She'll find out anyway. A magical bond? Ginny repeated, her expression unreadable. What kind? We're not entirely sure, Hermione admitted, keeping her voice low. It just happened on the train. We need to research it properly before jumping to conclusions. Ginny's eyes dropped to Hermione's hand. And that ring? I've never seen you wear jewelry before. Hermione hesitated, then decided a partial truth was necessary. It was a gift. A family heirloom. From your Muggle parents? Ginny raised a skeptical eyebrow. Not exactly, Hermione said carefully. Look, Ginny, there's a lot happening that we don't fully understand yet. Once we do, I promise we'll explain. Ginny looked hurt but nodded. Fine. Keep your secrets. Just, be careful, okay? Magical bonds can be powerful. As she moved away to join her yearmates, Harry let out a breath. This is going to be harder to keep quiet than we thought. Indeed, Mr. Potter, came a silky voice from behind them. They turned to find Professor Snape looming over them, his black eyes gleaming with malice. The headmaster wishes to see both of you in his office after the feast. The password is sugar quills. Without waiting for a response, he swept away, black robes billowing. That's not good, Ron commented unnecessarily. Hermione's stomach churned with anxiety. What if he wants to separate us? If he thinks the bond is dangerous, he can't, Harry said with surprising confidence. This is old magic, Hermione. I can feel it. It's beyond even Dumbledore's control. His certainty flowed through their connection, steadying her nerves. She realized with a start that this bond might be as much blessing as complication, having someone who truly understood what she was feeling, without needing explanation. The rest of the feast passed in tense anticipation. When Dumbledore finally dismissed them, Harry and Hermione exchanged resigned looks. "Want me to come?" Ron offered. "Better not," Harry said. "We'll meet you in the common room after and fill you in." As they made their way to the headmaster's office, Hermione was acutely aware of the stares following them. News traveled fast at Hogwarts, and their closeness was already drawing attention. "Chocolate frogs," Harry said to the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. "I thought Snape said sugar quills." Hermione frowned. The gargoyle remained motionless. "Sugar quills," Harry tried. Nothing happened. "That's strange," Hermione murmured. Why would Snape? He was testing us, Harry realized. Or trying to delay us. A cold feeling settled in Hermione's stomach. "Harry, something's not right." Before they could discuss further, the gargoyle suddenly sprang aside. Professor McGonagall emerged, looking surprised to find them there. "Potter, Granger. What are you doing here?" "Professor Snape told us the headmaster wanted to see us," Harry explained. McGonagall's lips thinned. "Did he indeed?" "The headmaster is currently meeting with ministry officials about the Dementor attack. He won't be available until much later." Hermione and Harry exchanged confused looks. "So Snape lied to us?" Harry asked. "Professor Snape," McGonagall corrected automatically. "I cannot speak to his intentions, but," she broke off, her sharp eyes suddenly fixing on Hermione's ring. Her expression changed from stern to shocked. "Miss Granger, where did you get that ring?" Hermione instinctively covered it with her other hand. It belonged to my biological family, Professor." McGonagall's eyes widened further. "I see." Her gaze moved between them, noticing something that made her draw a sharp breath. "And that mark on your palms, both of you have it?" They nodded warily. "Come with me," McGonagall said, her voice suddenly urgent. "Not to the headmaster's office. Somewhere more private." She led them briskly through corridors and up staircases until they reached her own office. Once inside, she cast several privacy charms before turning to face them. "Now," she said, her Scottish accent more pronounced with stress, "tell me exactly what happened on the train." Hermione glanced at Harry, who nodded encouragingly. Slowly, she recounted receiving the mysterious package, discovering her true heritage, and the spontaneous formation of the bond when Harry touched her hand. Throughout her explanation, McGonagall's expression grew increasingly grave. When Hermione finished, the professor remained silent for several long moments. "Professor?" Harry prompted. "Do you know what's happening to us?" "I have suspicions," McGonagall said carefully. "Ones I cannot fully express without certain assurances." "Assurances?" Hermione repeated. McGonagall nodded briskly. "I need an oath from both of you that what I'm about to reveal will not be shared with anyone, not Mr. Weasley, not the headmaster, no one, until I deem it safe to do so." Harry frowned. "You want us to keep secrets from Dumbledore?" "Why?" "Because, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said grimly, "I believe the headmaster already knows more about your situation than he should, and has his own plans for both of you that may not align with your best interests." The statement hung in the air, shocking in its implications. Minerva McGonagall, Dumbledore's most loyal deputy, suggesting they couldn't trust him? "I need that oath," she insisted. "It's for your protection as much as anything." Harry and Hermione exchanged looks, a silent communication flowing through their new bond. Trust radiated from Harry, not for McGonagall necessarily, but for Hermione's judgment. "We swear," they said together, magic swirling around them as the oath took hold. McGonagall nodded, then moved to a seemingly solid wall. She pressed her hand against it, murmuring words in Gaelic. The wall shimmered and vanished, revealing a small, hidden chamber beyond. "Few know this exists," she explained, leading them inside. "A secret passed down through Hogwarts deputy headmasters and headmistresses. The chamber contained a single pedestal upon which rested an ancient tome bound in midnight blue leather. Celestial symbols were embossed in silver on its cover, shimmering with their own inner light. "The Codex Ravenclaw," McGonagall said reverently. "One of Rowena's most closely guarded secrets. It contains knowledge deemed too powerful or dangerous for general access." Hermione gasped. "And you've had it all this time?" "Not I," McGonagall corrected. "Hogwarts herself has kept it safe, revealing it only when needed." She gestured to Hermione. "Touch the book with your ringed hand." Hesitantly, Hermione placed her palm on the ancient cover. The sapphire in her ring glowed brilliant blue, and the book responded, its symbols swirling and rearranging. The cover opened of its own accord. "It recognizes you," McGonagall whispered. "As it should." Pages turned by themselves until stopping at a section titled Anima Vinculum in flowing script. Beneath it was an illustration of two figures, male and female, connected by streams of golden and silver light, with the same mark that appeared on Harry and Hermione's palms. "Soul bond," Hermione translated. "Just as we suspected." "Not just any soul bond," McGonagall said. "The Ravenclaw legacy bond, formed only when the last heir of Ravenclaw meets their magical complement. It hasn't manifested in over 4 centuries." "Their complement?" Harry asked. "What does that mean exactly?" "A witch or wizard whose magic resonates perfectly with the heir's. Someone whose strengths balance the heir's weaknesses, whose heart beats in rhythm with theirs." McGonagall's voice had taken on an almost reverent quality. "The books call it, Destiny Made Manifest." Hermione began reading the ancient text, translating aloud, "When blood of the wise meets heart of the brave, ancient magic awakens. Two become one, yet remain two. Their powers combined exceed the sum of their parts. What one knows, the other shall learn. What one feels, the other shall share." She looked up at Harry, finding him watching her with an intensity that made her breath catch. Through their bond flowed wonder, confusion, and something deeper she wasn't ready to name. "The bond grows stronger with time and trust," she continued reading. "Distance cannot weaken it. Only death may sever it, and even then, not completely." "That's quite permanent," Harry said softly. "Indeed, Mr. Potter," McGonagall agreed. "Which is precisely why certain parties might find it concerning." "You mean Dumbledore," Hermione stated flatly. McGonagall's lips thinned. "I have served Albus Dumbledore loyally for decades, believing in his vision for the wizarding world. But I am not blind to his faults, one of which is his tendency to manipulate events and people to achieve what he believes is the greater good." "You think he's been manipulating us?" Harry asked, though his tone suggested he already suspected as much. "I know he has kept information from you, Mr. Potter, information about your family, your connection to Voldemort, and prophecies concerning your future." McGonagall's gaze turned to Hermione. "And it seems he may have been aware of your true heritage as well, Miss Granger. But why hide it?" Hermione wondered. "What purpose would that serve?" "Control," Harry said suddenly, a cold certainty in his voice. "If I believed I had no family, no legacy except the Dursleys, I'd be more grateful for the wizarding world, more willing to sacrifice for it. And if I believed I was just a muggle-born with no connections to ancient magic," Hermione continued his thought, "I'd be less likely to question authority, more dependent on books and established knowledge." "Precisely," McGonagall confirmed. "Separately, you were both more manageable. Together, bound by old magic." She shook her head. "You represent a power outside his control." The implications were staggering. Hermione felt anger building, not just her own, but Harry's too, flowing through their connection. "What do we do now?" Harry asked, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. "First, you must learn to control and utilize your bond," McGonagall said practically. "The combined Patronus was just the beginning. The Codex speaks of shared magic, enhanced abilities, even the potential to draw on each other's knowledge and skills. Is that why Snape tried to lure us to Dumbledore's office? Hermione wondered. Does he know about the bond too? Professor Snape's loyalties are complex, McGonagall said carefully. But I suspect he may have been acting on Dumbledore's orders to bring you to him before you fully understood what had happened. We need to be careful, Harry concluded. Not just around Dumbledore and Snape, but everyone, until we understand what we're dealing with. Indeed, McGonagall agreed. I can offer you private lessons, officially for advanced transfiguration, but actually to help you master your new abilities. And I recommend you spend time in the room of requirement, where you can practice without observation. The room of requirement, Hermione repeated thoughtfully. That's perfect. We used it for DA meetings last year, but it could become whatever we need for training. One more thing, McGonagall added. The bond will intensify certain aspects of your relationship. Emotions may be heightened, transferred between you. You'll need to develop mental discipline to maintain individual privacy. Hermione felt her cheeks warm, aware that Harry could probably sense her embarrassment through their connection. His own emotional response was equally flustered. We'll manage, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. I have no doubt you will, Mr. Potter. You and Miss Granger have always been remarkably capable, even before this bond. She closed the codex carefully. For now, return to your dormitory. Act normally. We'll begin your special lessons tomorrow evening. As they left McGonagall's office, the full weight of their situation settled over them. Not only were they dealing with a soul bond and Hermione's newly discovered heritage, but now they had to question Dumbledore's motives and navigate a school full of curious onlookers. Harry, Hermione said quietly as they walked, are you okay with all of this? Being bound to me forever? Harry stopped, turning to face her fully. Through their bond, she could feel his sincerity as he spoke. Hermione, if I had to be magically bound to anyone for life, I'm glad it's you. You've never abandoned me, never doubted me when it mattered most. His green eyes held hers steadily. We'll figure this out together, like we always do. Relief and gratitude flowed through their connection, a warm current of mutual trust that made the unfamiliar situation slightly less daunting. As they approached the Gryffindor common room, Harry suddenly tensed. What's wrong? Hermione asked. I don't know, he said, frowning. I just felt. He trailed off as they rounded the corner to find Dumbledore himself standing before the fat lady's portrait. Ah, Harry, Miss Granger, the headmaster said pleasantly, as though encountering them by chance. I was hoping to have a word. Hermione felt Harry's wariness through their bond and sent back reassurance. They'd prepared for this confrontation, just not quite so soon. Of course, Professor, Harry said politely. What about? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but Hermione noticed they didn't quite match his benevolent smile. I heard about the remarkable Patronus you cast on the train. Most impressive. I wondered if you might explain how you managed such an extraordinary feat. His gaze lingered on Hermione's ring, then flicked to their hands, where the soul bond marks were visible if one knew to look for them. It was just adrenaline, I think, Harry said with practiced casualness. The Dementors appeared suddenly, and we reacted. We? Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Both of you cast the Patronus? Hermione's been practicing, Harry said, not quite answering the question. She's brilliant at charms, as you know. Indeed. Dumbledore's gaze intensified. Miss Granger, that's a lovely ring. New acquisition. Hermione kept her expression neutral. A birthday gift, Professor. How thoughtful. Dumbledore's voice remained light, but his magic, which they could now sense more acutely through their enhanced abilities, probed subtly at their defenses. I don't recall seeing that particular design before, and I'm something of a collector of magical artifacts. May I? He extended his hand expectantly. I'm sorry, Professor, Hermione said, keeping her tone regretful but firm. It's a family heirloom with sentimental value. I prefer not to remove it. Something cold flashed in Dumbledore's eyes before the twinkle returned. Of course, my dear. Perfectly understandable. He stepped back. Well, I won't keep you from your dormitory. First day of classes tomorrow, you'll need your rest. As he turned to leave, he added casually, oh, and do remember my door is always open should you experience any unusual magical occurrences. Changes in your abilities, unexpected connections, that sort of thing. The words were friendly, but the warning in them was unmistakable. We'll keep that in mind, Professor, Harry assured him. Once Dumbledore disappeared down the corridor, they exhaled simultaneously. He knows, Harry whispered. Or at least suspects. But he doesn't know how much we know, Hermione pointed out. That gives us an advantage. They entered the common room to find it mostly empty, just a few seventh years studying in the corner and Ron dozing in an armchair by the fire. He jerked awake as they approached. Finally, he exclaimed. What did Dumbledore want? It was a misunderstanding, Harry said carefully. Snape got the message wrong. Ron looked confused. Then where've you been all this time? With Professor McGonagall, Hermione answered truthfully. She noticed our bond and wanted to discuss it. And? Ron prompted. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. The oath they'd given McGonagall prevented full disclosure, but they could share some information. It's called a soul bond, Harry explained. Apparently they were common in ancient times but rare now. It connects our magic, allows us to sense each other's emotions, that sort of thing. Ron's eyes widened. Blimey. So you're stuck with each other forever? That's one way of putting it, Hermione said, smiling slightly. We're still learning what it means. And the ring? Ron nodded toward Hermione's hand. That's from your real parents? Yes, she confirmed. It's a family signet. I'm still processing what it means to be who I am now. Ron looked thoughtful, an unusual expression for him. You know, this explains a lot. What do you mean? Harry asked. Well, you've always been scary brilliant, Hermione. Even by wizard standards, you pick things up impossibly fast. And some of the magic you do. He shrugged. Makes more sense if you come from a powerful magical line. Hermione was touched by his acceptance. Thank you, Ron. That means a lot. Yeah, well. He shuffled awkwardly. Just don't go all Slytherin on us now that you're a pureblood. As if, she scoffed, and the tension broke as they all laughed. We should get some sleep, Harry suggested as their laughter subsided. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. As they headed for their respective dormitory stairs, Ron ahead while Harry and Hermione lingered behind, Hermione felt a sudden reluctance to separate from Harry. The bond between them pulled gently, urging proximity. Will you be okay? Harry asked quietly, obviously feeling the same tug. Being apart? We'll have to learn to manage it, Hermione said practically, though her tone belied her unease. We can't exactly share a dormitory. Harry nodded, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. If you need anything, just think of me, I guess. See if I can feel it through the bond. I will. She hesitated, then impulsively hugged him. Good night, Harry. As they parted, their hands brushed, and a spark of golden-silver light flashed between them, visible only to their eyes. The mark on their palms warmed comfortingly. That night, as Hermione lay in her four-poster bed listening to Lavender's soft snores and Parvati's even breathing, she reflected on the extraordinary changes a single day had brought. Her identity, her understanding of her place in the wizarding world, her connection to Harry, all transformed in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. She touched the ring on her finger, feeling its ancient magic pulse in harmony with her own. Ravenclaw's heir. The thought was still foreign, yet somehow right, like a puzzle piece clicking into place. Through the bond, she could sense Harry's consciousness, a comforting presence even from the boys' dormitory. Not his thoughts, they weren't telepathic, but his existence, his awareness. He was awake too, mind racing like hers. "Good night, Harry," she thought deliberately, wondering if intention could strengthen their connection. To her surprise, a wave of warmth flowed back to her, carrying with it the distinct impression of Harry's voice in her mind. "Good night, Hermione." She smiled into the darkness. Whatever challenges awaited them, they would face them together, as they always had, but now with a bond beyond friendship, beyond magic, linking their very souls. The last thing Hermione noticed before drifting to sleep was a faint blue glow emanating from her ring, matching the rhythm of her heartbeat, and Harry's, in perfect synchrony. Morning arrived with golden sunlight streaming through the dormitory windows. Hermione woke feeling surprisingly refreshed despite the previous day's upheaval. Her immediate awareness was of Harry, still asleep, dreaming something pleasant from the emotions filtering through their bond. She smiled, enjoying the warm connection for a moment before reality intruded. Today they would face the school as, what, exactly? Harry Potter and Hermione Granger, magically bonded? Hermione Dagworth Granger, Pureblood Heiress. The complications seemed endless. With a sigh, she rose and prepared for the day, tucking the wooden box containing her heritage potion and letter safely into her enchanted beaded bag, an accessory she'd taken to carrying since the Department of Mysteries incident. Better to be prepared. Lavender and Parvati were already awake, whispering together by Lavender's bed. They fell silent when they noticed Hermione. "Good morning," Hermione said, attempting normalcy. "Morning," Lavender replied, her curious eyes fixed on Hermione's ring. "Is it true what people are saying? About you and Harry?" Hermione stiffened. "What exactly are people saying?" "That you cast some super-powerful Patronus together," Parvati explained. "And that you're wearing a pureblood family ring now. And that you two have some kind of magical bond," Lavender added eagerly. News traveled even faster than Hermione had anticipated. "Some of that is true," she acknowledged carefully. "Harry and I did cast a Patronus together on the train." "What about the ring?" Lavender pressed, eyeing the sapphire and silver on Hermione's finger. "It's a family heirloom," Hermione said, which was truthful if incomplete. "But your parents are Muggles," Parvati pointed out, confusion evident. Hermione gathered her courage. Some version of the truth would have to come out eventually, better to control the narrative. "I recently discovered I was adopted," she explained. "My biological parents were magical." The girl's eyes widened comically. "You're not Muggle-born?" Lavender gasped. "My adoptive parents are Muggles, and they raised me," Hermione said firmly. "Nothing changes that." "But your real parents, who were they?" Parvati asked. "I'm still learning about them," Hermione hedged. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get to breakfast." She escaped their further questions by hurrying downstairs, where she found Harry already waiting in the common room. His face lit up when he saw her, and she felt his relief through their bond. "Sleep okay?" he asked. "Better than expected," she admitted. Though Lavender and Parvati are already asking questions. "Apparently, rumors are flying." Harry grimaced. "Great. Just what we need." As they entered the great hall together, the subtle shift in atmosphere was immediately noticeable. Conversations paused briefly as students glanced their way before resuming with increased intensity. At the staff table, several professors watched them with undisguised interest. "Just ignore them," Hermione murmured, though her own cheeks warmed under the scrutiny. They took their seats beside Ron, who was already piling his plate with sausages. "Morning," he mumbled through a mouthful of food. "Schedules being passed out." Sure enough, Professor McGonagall was moving along the table distributing timetables. When she reached them, she gave a nearly imperceptible nod. "Potter, Granger," she said crisply, handing them each a schedule. "My office, 8 o'clock this evening for your additional transfiguration work." Yes, Professor, they answered in unison. As McGonagall moved on, Hermione examined her schedule. Double potions first thing, she groaned. With Snape. At least we qualified for an EWT level, Harry pointed out. Though I'm still shocked I managed an outstanding on my OWL. You earned it, Hermione said firmly. Ron looked between them suspiciously. Is this going to be a thing now? You two agreeing all the time because of your... He lowered his voice, Bond thing. We don't agree on everything, Harry protested. Just most things, Hermione added with a small smile. Ron rolled his eyes. Great. 2 against 1 from now on. Their banter was interrupted by the arrival of the morning owls. A handsome eagle owl swooped down, landing gracefully beside Hermione's plate. It carried a small scroll sealed with emerald wax. Who's that from? Harry asked, tension flowing through their bond. Hermione broke the seal and unrolled the parchment, reading aloud in a whisper, Miss Dagworth Granger, your family's recent re-emergence in Wizarding Society is most intriguing. The noble house of Malfoy would be honored to assist in your reintroduction to your rightful place among the Sacred 28. Perhaps we might discuss your heritage at your convenience. Cordially, Lucius Malfoy, the absolute nerve, Hermione hissed, crumpling the note. As if I'd ever, how did they find out so quickly? Harry wondered, his anger matching hers through their bond. Draco must have told his father after seeing your ring, Ron suggested. But why would Lucius Malfoy care? He's always been horrible about Muggleborns, especially you. Pureblood politics, Hermione said disgustedly. Now that I'm supposedly one of them, I'm suddenly worthy of acknowledgement. There's more to it than that, Harry said thoughtfully. The Malfoys are connected to Voldemort. If they know about your heritage, then Voldemort will know soon too, Hermione finished, a chill running down her spine. And our bond. The implications were disturbing. Voldemort had already targeted Harry, would Hermione now become a target as well? Or worse, would they try to use her to get to Harry? We need to accelerate our training, Harry decided. Starting tonight with McGonagall. Hermione nodded in agreement, then noticed Draco Malfoy watching them from the Slytherin table. Unlike his usual sneer, his expression was calculating, assessing. When he caught her eye, he inclined his head slightly, not quite a bow, but an acknowledgement. This is so weird, she muttered. Get used to it, Ron advised. Pureblood society is all about who you're related to and how ancient your bloodline is. You've just jumped from the bottom to near the top. That shouldn't matter, Hermione insisted. But it does, Harry said grimly. To a lot of people. The warning bell rang, signaling time to head to first period. As they gathered their things, Neville approached, looking nervous. Hermione, he said quietly, I just wanted to say. I mean, my gran told me stories about the Dagworth Grangers. They were brilliant potioneers and researchers. If you ever want to know more about your family, the Longbottom Library has some historical texts that mention them. Touched by his offer, Hermione smiled warmly. Thank you, Neville. That's really kind. It's nothing, he mumbled, cheeks pink. Just thought you might want to know not all purebloods are like the Malfoys. As they made their way to the dungeons for potions, Hermione's mind whirled with the implications of her new identity. For years, she'd worn her Muggleborn status as a badge of honor, proof that magical ability wasn't about blood but talent and hard work. How would this revelation affect that narrative? The potions classroom was already half full when they arrived. To their surprise, Professor Slughorn stood at the front instead of Snape. Ah, come in, the rotund professor called cheerfully. Find a seat quickly, we've much to cover today. As they settled at a table, Slughorn's eyes fixed on Harry with undisguised interest, then shifted to Hermione, widening as he noticed her ring. Merlin's beard, he exclaimed. Is that the Dagworth Granger signet? I wasn't aware any of the line remained. The entire class turned to stare at Hermione, who fought the urge to hide her hand. Yes, Professor. I recently discovered my connection to the family. Extraordinary. Slughorn beamed. Hector Dagworth Granger founded the most extraordinary society of potioneers, you know. I was privileged to know him in my younger days. His expression grew calculating. And through which branch are you related, my dear? I'm still researching my exact lineage, Hermione said evasively. Well, Slughorn said, practically bouncing with excitement. We must discuss this further. Perhaps at one of my little dinners. You as well, of course, Mr. Potter. We'll see, Professor, Harry replied noncommittally. Our schedule is quite full with NEWT courses. Slughorn looked momentarily disappointed before rallying. Of course. Now, to today's lesson. As he turned to the blackboard, Hermione felt a surge of gratitude toward Harry through their bond. He smiled slightly in response, their silent communication already becoming natural. The lesson progressed with Slughorn explaining the challenges of NEWT-level potions. When he unveiled the day's examples, including Amortentia, Polyjuice, and Felix Felicis, Hermione found herself able to identify them before he named them, knowledge seemingly bubbling up from within. It must be the bond, she whispered to Harry. I know potions I've never studied, it feels like inherited memory. The Dagworth Grangers were famous potioneers, Harry reminded her. When Slughorn asked the class to identify the potions, Hermione's hand shot up by instinct. Upon being called, she not only named each potion but recited their properties with unprecedented detail, including brewing variations she couldn't possibly have learned from textbooks. Slughorn looked astounded. Remarkable, Miss Granger. Or should I say Miss Dagworth Granger? That's beyond NEWT-level knowledge, that's mastery information. The family talent clearly runs strong in you. Draco Malfoy watched with narrowed eyes from across the room, while the other students murmured among themselves. Sorry, Hermione whispered to Harry. I don't know where that came from. Your heritage, he whispered back. The bond must be unlocking inherited knowledge. The remainder of the lesson involved brewing the draught of living death. To Harry's surprise, he found himself intuitively understanding the potion in ways he never had before. Through their bond, he could sense Hermione's innate knowledge of ingredient interactions, which somehow translated to his own hands as they worked. By lesson's end, both their potions were perfect, Harry's perhaps even more so, as he'd followed subtle instincts flowing through their connection. Outstanding, both of you! Slughorn exclaimed, awarding Harry the promised vial of Felix Felicis. I haven't seen brewing this precise in decades. As they left the classroom, Harry slipped the golden potion into Hermione's hand. This is really yours, he said quietly. I couldn't have done it without our connection. Hermione smiled, curling her fingers around the tiny vial. We did it together. Like everything else from now on, apparently. The rest of the day passed in a blur of classes, each bringing new discoveries about their bond. In charms, their combined spellwork created effects so powerful that Professor Flitwick squeaked in astonishment. In defense against the dark arts, they found they could sense each other's movements, making their dueling practice nearly flawless. By dinner, they were both exhausted but exhilarated by the possibilities their connection presented. It's like having a secret advantage, Harry commented as they ate. I've never understood magic so intuitively before. It's your own ability, Harry, Hermione insisted. The bond is just helping you access what was always there. Ron, who had witnessed their exceptional performance in defense, shook his head in wonder. You two are going to be unstoppable if this keeps up. Which is precisely what concerns me, came a soft voice from behind them. They turned to find Luna Lovegood standing there, her protuberant eyes unusually serious. What do you mean, Luna? Harry asked. Power like yours attracts attention, she said simply. Not all of it friendly. Her gaze drifted to the staff table, where Dumbledore was conspicuously absent. The Nargles are particularly active around you both now. They're attracted to shifting destinies. Before they could respond, Luna drifted away, leaving them to ponder her cryptic warning. She's right, you know, Hermione said after a moment. About attracting attention. We need to be careful how much of our abilities we display publicly. Harry nodded in agreement. Save the real practice for McGonagall's lessons and the room of requirement. After dinner, they made their way to Professor McGonagall's office for their first private lesson. The Transfiguration professor was waiting for them, a serious expression on her face. Come in quickly, she instructed, ushering them inside and activating several privacy charms. We have much to cover. The office had been rearranged, furniture pushed aside to create an open space in the center. Various objects, feathers, stones, wooden blocks, were arranged on McGonagall's desk. Before we begin, McGonagall said, I must warn you that events are moving more quickly than anticipated. Your bond and Miss Granger's heritage have not gone unnoticed. We know, Harry said grimly. Hermione received a letter from Lucius Malfoy this morning. McGonagall's lips thinned to a severe line. As I feared. The old families are already positioning themselves. Some will seek alliance, others will perceive threat. What about Voldemort? Hermione asked directly. If he learns about my heritage and our bond, he already knows, McGonagall interrupted, her expression grave. Or at least, he will very soon. We must assume as much and prepare accordingly. The news, though expected, sent a chill through both of them. Through their bond, they steadied each other, fear transforming into resolve. What do we do? Harry asked. First, you must master your bond, McGonagall said practically. Understand its capabilities and limitations. Then you must learn to shield it from detection and manipulation. She moved to her desk, picking up a simple wooden box. This contains a basic linking charm. Most wizards would feel nothing from it. Touch it together and tell me what you sense. Harry and Hermione placed their hands on the box simultaneously. Immediately, they felt the charm's structure, a simple magical connection between 2 points, sustained by a minimal energy flow. It's like a thread, Hermione described. Thin but persistent. Designed to link 2 objects across distance, Harry added, somehow knowing this without being told. McGonagall nodded, impressed. Correct. Now, using your bond, strengthen the link. They exchanged uncertain glances. How? Harry asked. Intent, McGonagall said simply. Combined will. Your bond allows your magic to work in concert, directed together. Focusing on the thin magical thread they'd sensed, Harry and Hermione visualized it growing stronger, their combined magic flowing into the charm. The box began to glow, the simple linking spell transforming into something more complex and robust. Excellent, McGonagall approved. Now, create a similar link between these 2 feathers. The evening progressed through increasingly complex exercises. They discovered they could share magical theory instantaneously through their bond. If Hermione understood a spell's principles, Harry could execute it without formal instruction. They could amplify each other's magic, casting spells of surprising power with minimal effort. Most remarkably, they found they could create entirely new magical effects by combining their specialties, Harry's exceptional defensive magic with Hermione's precise charm work, for instance, producing shields that not only blocked attacks but redirected them. This is extraordinary, McGonagall murmured as they demonstrated the redirecting shield. Such innovation typically takes years of collaborative research. It feels natural, Hermione admitted. Like our magic knows how to work together without us having to think it through. That is the essence of your bond, McGonagall explained. Ancient magic that recognizes compatible cores and facilitates their unified expression. After 2 hours of intensive practice, McGonagall called a halt. You've made remarkable progress, but we must not overextend. Magic this powerful requires careful control. She moved to a cabinet and withdrew a slender volume bound in faded blue leather. This belonged to Rowena Ravenclaw herself, a journal of sorts, describing bonds similar to yours throughout her lifetime. Study it carefully, but keep it hidden. Such knowledge in the wrong hands could be dangerous. Hermione accepted the book reverently. Thank you, Professor. One final matter before you go, McGonagall said. The headmaster has called a staff meeting for tomorrow evening. I suspect he will address your situation. Be prepared for increased scrutiny. Do you think he'll try to interfere? Harry asked. Albus Dumbledore rarely acts directly, McGonagall said carefully. But he will seek to understand and possibly influence your bond to align with his own plans. Which are? Hermione prompted. McGonagall's expression grew troubled. That remains unclear, even to those of us who have worked with him for decades. He keeps his true intentions closely guarded. She straightened, her practical nature reasserting itself. For now, focus on mastering your abilities. Meet me again in 3 days' time. As they left McGonagall's office, the castle corridors were mostly empty, curfew approaching. They walked in comfortable silence, both processing the evening's revelations. We should practice in the room of requirement tomorrow, Harry suggested as they neared Gryffindor Tower. Definitely, Hermione agreed. There's so much to learn, and if Dumbledore is already planning something, she broke off as they rounded a corner to find Draco Malfoy leaning against the wall, apparently waiting for them. Potter. Granger. His usual sneer was absent, replaced by an unreadable expression. A word? Harry tensed, his hand moving subtly toward his wand. Through their bond, Hermione sensed his wariness but also curiosity. What do you want, Malfoy? Harry asked cautiously. Draco's eyes flicked to Hermione's ring, then to their hands where the soul bond marks were visible. Not here, he said quietly. Too many portraits, too many ears. He hesitated, then added something unexpected, please. The uncharacteristic politeness gave them pause. Why should we trust you? Hermione asked directly. You shouldn't, Draco admitted, surprising them further. But what I have to say concerns both your safety and mine. His voice dropped to barely audible. The Dark Lord has taken interest in your situation. A chill ran through them, resonating through their bond. Tomorrow, 7th floor corridor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, Harry said after a moment. 8 o'clock. Draco nodded once, sharply. Come alone. And. He swallowed visibly, be careful who you trust. Not everyone in this castle has your best interests at heart. With that cryptic warning, he turned and disappeared down the corridor toward the dungeons. Do you think it's a trap? Hermione whispered as they continued toward their dormitory. Harry frowned, considering. I don't think so. He seemed genuinely afraid. Of Voldemort? Or his assignment from Voldemort, Harry suggested. Remember how nervous he looked in Madame Malkin's this summer? They reached the portrait of the fat lady, giving the password, Dillagrout, before continuing their conversation in the empty common room. If Draco really does have information about Voldemort's interest in us, Hermione reasoned, settling into an armchair by the dying fire, we should at least hear him out. Agreed, Harry said, taking the seat beside her. But we'll be careful. The room of requirement can provide us with safeguards. Hermione nodded, then yawned suddenly, the day's events catching up with her. Through their bond, Harry felt her exhaustion, mingling with his own. We should get some sleep, he suggested. Tomorrow will be another long day. As they stood to part for their respective dormitories, the pull of their bond made them hesitate. Separating felt increasingly unnatural, like fighting against a gentle but persistent current. It's getting stronger, Hermione observed. The need to stay close. McGonagall did say the bond would intensify, Harry reminded her. We'll have to learn to manage it. I know, she sighed. It's just. She trailed off, unsure how to express the comfort she felt in his presence, the rightness of their connection. I feel it too, Harry said simply, understanding flowing through their bond. But we'll adjust. Together. Impulsively, Hermione hugged him, taking comfort in the physical contact that made their bond hum with contentment. Good night, Harry. Good night, Hermione. As they parted for their dormitories, neither noticed the shadow that detached itself from behind a distant armchair, nor the calculating blue eyes that had observed their entire exchange. Albus Dumbledore stroked his beard thoughtfully, formulating plans to address this unexpected development in his carefully orchestrated grand design. Meanwhile, far from Hogwarts, in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, Lord Voldemort received the news of Hermione's heritage and the soul bond with cold, calculating interest. Ravenclaw's heir, he mused, red eyes gleaming in the firelight. Bound to Potter by ancient magic. A chilling smile spread across his serpentine features. How fortuitous. Beside him, Bellatrix Lestrange shifted eagerly. Shall I kill the girl, my lord? Break their bond? No, Bella, Voldemort chided, stroking Nagini's scales thoughtfully. Such a bond cannot be broken by mere death. It might even strengthen Potter through sacrifice. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the arm of his chair. No, we must be more creative. Ravenclaw's heir could prove useful to us, willing or not. And in the darkness of Malfoy Manor, plans were set in motion that would soon collide with the ancient magic awakening within Hogwarts walls, magic tied to two young souls now bound by forces neither fully understood, but which would reshape the wizarding world forever. Chapter 2, Legacy's awakened morning light filtered through the tower windows, casting long golden beams across Hermione's bed. She woke with a start, immediately aware of Harry's presence in her mind, alert and anxious. Their connection had strengthened overnight, making separation less comfortable but allowing them to sense each other with greater precision. Checking her watch, she realized she'd overslept. Unusual for her, but after yesterday's revelations and magical exertion, perhaps not surprising. She dressed quickly, securing her beaded bag with its precious contents and ensuring her ring remained firmly on her finger. You're finally up, Parvati remarked as Hermione hurried past. Harry's been waiting in the common room for ages. Looks ready to wear a hole in the carpet. Thanks, Hermione called back, rushing down the stairs to find Harry pacing nervously below. His face relaxed the moment he saw her. There you are. I was getting worried. Sorry, overslept. She felt his relief flowing through their bond. Have you been waiting long? Not really. I just... He hesitated, running a hand through his already disheveled hair. It was harder to sleep apart last night. And I wanted to make sure we had time to discuss our meeting with Malfoy before classes. Ron slouched down from the boys' dormitory, still fastening his robes. Morning, he yawned. Why were we up so early again? Library research before breakfast, Hermione supplied smoothly. They'd agreed not to tell Ron about meeting Malfoy, knowing his instinctive distrust would complicate matters. Course it is, Ron groaned. Mental, both of you. They made their way through the portrait hole, Harry and Hermione walking close enough that their hands occasionally brushed, each contact sending small ripples of comfort through their bond. So what's the plan for Malfoy? Harry asked quietly as they descended toward the Great Hall. The room of requirement, like you suggested, Hermione confirmed. We should arrive early to prepare the space, something neutral but with escape routes if needed. And protective enchantments, Harry added. Just in case. Ron, walking ahead, turned back. What are you two whispering about? Just discussing what we need to research, Hermione said, the half-truth coming easily. Ron shrugged, accepting this as typical Hermione behavior. As they entered the Great Hall, Hermione noticed increased stares from all four house tables. News of her heritage and their bond had clearly spread overnight. So much for keeping a low profile, Harry muttered, feeling her discomfort. At the Slytherin table, Draco sat alone at the far end, separate from his usual cronies. His eyes met theirs briefly before returning to his untouched breakfast. He looked paler than usual, dark circles shadowing his eyes. "He looks terrible," Hermione whispered. "Whatever he's involved in, it's taking a toll," Harry agreed. They had barely started on their breakfast when a magnificent eagle owl swooped down, dropping a heavy parchment envelope in front of Hermione. Unlike Lucius Malfoy's letter from yesterday, this one bore an official-looking seal, the emblem of Gringotts Bank. "What now?" Ron asked around a mouthful of sausage. Hermione carefully broke the seal and unfolded the letter. "Miss Hermione Jean Dagworth Granger, it has come to the attention of Gringotts Wizarding Bank that your heritage verification has been activated. As custodians of the Dagworth Granger and Ravenclaw vaults, we request your presence at your earliest convenience to discuss your inheritance and fulfill the requirements of succession. The vaults in question have remained sealed for 17 years, awaiting confirmed blood verification. Your magical signature, registered through your ancestral ring, has been recognized by our wards. Please note that these matters are of the utmost confidentiality and importance. You may bring one trusted companion to the proceedings. Yours in financial partnership, Ragnarok Director of Inheritance Affairs Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Bloody Hell," Ron breathed, reading over her shoulder. "You've got family vaults at Gringotts." "Keep your voice down," Hermione hissed, quickly folding the letter. But it was too late, heads were already turning their way. "We need to go as soon as possible," Harry said quietly. "This weekend, perhaps." "How?" "We can't just leave Hogwarts." "Actually, as a recognized adult heir to an ancient house, you probably can," Ron interjected, showing unusual knowledge of wizarding customs. "Pureblood heirs have certain privileges. Managing family affairs is considered legitimate grounds for temporary leave." Both Harry and Hermione stared at him in surprise. "What?" Ron said defensively. "I did grow up in a pureblood family, even if we're not all fancy about it." "Ron's right," came Luna's dreamy voice as she appeared behind them. "The Hogwarts Charter specifically allows for heirs of the Sacred 28 to attend to family business. As Ravenclaw's heir, you'd have even greater privileges." She smiled serenely. "The Raxperts around you are diminishing, by the way. Your bond is stabilizing them." Before they could respond, Professor McGonagall approached their table, class schedules in hand. "Miss Granger, a word after breakfast, please." "My office." Her stern expression revealed nothing, but her eyes flickered briefly to the Gringotts letter. "Yes, Professor," Hermione replied. As McGonagall moved away, Harry leaned closer. "Do you think she knows about the letter?" "She seems to know everything lately," Hermione whispered back. They finished breakfast quickly and made their way to McGonagall's office. The Transfiguration professor was waiting, her desk unusually clear of papers. "Sit down," she instructed, activating privacy charms with a flick of her wand. "I presume that was correspondence from Gringotts at breakfast." Hermione nodded, unsurprised by McGonagall's awareness. "They've requested my presence to discuss my inheritance." "As expected." McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "The activation of your heritage ring would have triggered the bank's ancient recognition wards. I've taken the liberty of arranging your leave for this Saturday. Mr. Potter may accompany you, of course." "Thank you, Professor," Hermione said, momentarily stunned by the deputy headmistress's efficiency. "You will travel by secure flow from my office at 8 o'clock Saturday morning," McGonagall continued. "The headmaster has been informed that you are attending to urgent family business, which is entirely truthful." "Does he know it's Gringotts? Or about my inheritance?" Hermione asked cautiously. McGonagall's lips thinned. "He has his suspicions, certainly. Albus has ways of knowing what happens in this castle." She leaned forward slightly. "Which brings me to another matter. You should be aware that your dormitories may not be as private as you believe. I would suggest securing any sensitive items or documents." Harry and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. "You think someone's searching our things?" Harry asked. "I think nothing should be left to chance," McGonagall replied diplomatically. "Now, regarding your special training, we will continue tomorrow evening as planned. Today, I suggest you focus on practical applications of your bond in controlled settings." "We were planning to use the room of requirement," Hermione confirmed. "An excellent choice." McGonagall nodded approvingly. "Just be cautious about who knows your whereabouts." They took the hint. McGonagall was aware they had plans that extended beyond simple practice. As they rose to leave, she added, "One more thing. Regarding young Mr. Malfoy." They froze, exchanging startled looks. "Be careful," McGonagall said simply. "His situation is complex." "How did you?" Harry began. "I make it my business to know what happens in my house, Mr. Potter." A ghost of a smile touched McGonagall's lips. "And contrary to popular belief, the walls of Hogwarts don't just have ears, they have eyes as well." With that cryptic statement, she dismissed them to their classes. The day passed agonizingly slowly. In charms, their combined magic continued to produce unexpectedly powerful results, prompting Professor Flitwick to assign them advanced exercises separate from the rest of the class. In herbology, Hermione discovered another strange side effect of her newly awakened heritage, an intuitive understanding of magical plants and their properties that went beyond her textbook knowledge. "It's like I can feel what the plants need," she whispered to Harry as her Snargaluff pod responded to her touch in ways Professor Sprout declared remarkably harmonious. The Dagworth Grangers were renowned for innovations in potions ingredients, Harry recalled from their research. Maybe that included plant cultivation. Throughout the day, they were careful to keep their enhanced abilities moderately controlled, mindful of the increased attention. Dumbledore had been conspicuously absent from meals, but they felt his presence in the castle, a subtle awareness that had nothing to do with seeing him physically. As evening approached, they made their excuses to Ron, extra credit work in the library, and headed to the 7th floor. They arrived early, pacing before the blank wall opposite Barnabas the Barmy's tapestry. "We need a place to meet Malfoy," Harry murmured, concentrating. "Somewhere secure but neutral, with ways to escape if necessary." After the third pass, a door materialized. Inside, they found a modestly sized room with comfortable but simple furnishings, a round table with 3 chairs in the center, soft lighting from floating orbs, and 2 additional doors on opposite walls. "Emergency exits?" Hermione guessed, investigating one door to find a passage leading away from their location. The room understood perfectly, Harry agreed, checking the other door to find a similar escape route. They spent the next 20 minutes casting protective enchantments, nothing aggressive, but wards that would reveal deception or malicious intent. Through their bond, they found they could layer spells in ways that strengthened each other's magic, creating protections that neither could have managed alone. At precisely 8 o'clock, a hesitant knock sounded. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, positioned themselves strategically in the room, and opened the door with a wave of Harry's wand. Draco Malfoy stood alone in the corridor, looking even more haggard up close than he had at breakfast. His normally immaculate appearance was slipping, robes slightly wrinkled, hair without its customary sleek styling. He stepped into the room cautiously, eyes darting to the exit doors. "Planning escape routes." "Smart," he commented, his usual drawl subdued. "Sit down, Malfoy," Harry said, gesturing to the chair facing them. Draco hesitated, then sat stiffly. "I don't have much time. I'm being watched." "By whom?" Hermione asked directly. "Everyone," Draco said with a bitter laugh. "Snape. My housemates. Other, interested parties." His eyes flicked to Hermione's ring, then to the matching marks on their palms. "So it's true. A soul bond. Why did you want to meet?" Harry pressed, ignoring the confirmation. Draco's shoulders sagged slightly. "Because I'm in an impossible position, and your situation has made it worse." He drew a deep breath. The Dark Lord has taken a personal interest in Granger's heritage and your bond. He believes it could be useful to him. Useful how? Hermione asked, her voice steadier than she felt. The Ravenclaw bloodline carries certain affinities. Magical knowledge, intuition, abilities that manifest differently for each heir. Draco's eyes fixed on hers. He believes you could help him access something he wants, something hidden at Hogwarts. Ravenclaw's diadem, Hermione whispered, the knowledge surfacing from somewhere deep within her awakened heritage memories. Draco's eyes widened. You know about it? Not until just now, she admitted. But when you mentioned something hidden. She turned to Harry. It's like with the potion's knowledge, information I shouldn't have but somehow do. The diadem is said to enhance the wearer's wisdom, Draco confirmed. It's been lost for centuries. The Dark Lord believes it still exists, hidden in the castle. And he wants Hermione to find it for him, Harry concluded darkly. Why are you telling us this, Malfoy? Draco ran a hand through his disheveled hair, a gesture so uncharacteristic it emphasized his distress. Because he'll use me to get to her. To both of you. He rolled up his left sleeve with mechanical resignation, revealing the dark mark stark against his pale skin. I don't have a choice anymore. Harry tensed, but Hermione laid a restraining hand on his arm, their bond conveying her caution. What exactly has he ordered you to do? She asked quietly. Gain your trust. Learn about your bond. Report on your activities. Draco's voice was hollow. And eventually, find a way to bring you to him. Both of you, alive and unharmed. Why would we believe you're not doing exactly that right now? Harry challenged. Because I'm telling you his plan, you idiot, Draco snapped, a flash of his old self showing through. Because I didn't sign up for this. I thought. He trailed off, looking suddenly younger and frightened. I thought it would be different. Glorious. Not this. Through their bond, Hermione could feel Harry's conflict, suspicion warring with an unexpected compassion. She shared his uncertainty but sensed truth in Draco's desperation. There's more, Draco continued after a moment. He's not the only one interested in you too. Dumbledore's been asking questions, watching. And my father. He hesitated. My father sees your heritage as an opportunity, Granger. The Dagworth Grangers were politically neutral in the last war. A connection to their line could offer legitimacy to certain pureblood causes. You mean your father wants to use me to make Death Eater activities seem more acceptable, Hermione concluded flatly. Crudely put, but essentially correct. Draco's lips twisted in a humorless smile. Pureblood politics is all about appearances and alliances. Why should we trust anything you're saying? Harry pressed, still skeptical. Draco's expression hardened. I'm not asking for your trust, Potter. I'm offering information. Use it or don't. He stood abruptly. I've risked enough being seen with you. Wait, Hermione said. If you're really working against Voldemort, you need protection. Draco flinched at the name but didn't contradict her characterization. No one can protect me, he said quietly. Or my mother. Dumbledore, Harry began. Dumbledore has his own agenda, Draco cut him off. One that doesn't prioritize Slytherins with Death Eater families. He moved toward the door, then hesitated. One more thing. Whatever you do, don't let them separate you. Your bond, it's still forming, still fragile. Distance will weaken it. With that warning, he slipped out, leaving them to process his revelations. Do you think he was telling the truth? Harry asked once they were alone. Hermione considered. About Voldemort's interest in the diadem? Yes. About his reluctance to serve Voldemort? Probably. About his motives for telling us? I'm less certain. He's terrified, Harry observed. I've never seen Malfoy like that before. Fear can make people do desperate things, both noble and terrible. Hermione touched her ring absently. We need to research Ravenclaw's diadem and understand why Voldemort wants it so badly. And we need to strengthen our bond, Harry added, remembering Draco's warning. If both Voldemort and Dumbledore are taking an interest, we need to be prepared. They spent the next hour practicing the techniques McGonagall had shown them, finding that their magical synchronization continued to improve. By focusing through their bond, they could cast spells simultaneously that intertwined with perfect harmony. Hermione's precision combined with Harry's raw power created magical effects that neither could achieve alone. "This is incredible," Hermione breathed after they successfully created a shield that absorbed and redirected magical energy. "It's like our magic knows what we want before we do." "It's getting easier," Harry agreed. "Less conscious effort, more instinct." As they prepared to leave, Hermione suddenly clutched her head, a sharp pain lancing through her temples. Harry felt it through their bond and steadied her. "What's wrong?" "I don't know," she gasped. "It felt like..." She frowned, concentrating. "Like someone trying to access my thoughts, but not through legitimacy. Different. More ancestral. Could it be related to what Malfoy said about the diadem?" Harry suggested. "Maybe." Hermione straightened, the pain receding. "It felt like something calling to me, somewhere in the castle." They made their way back to Gryffindor Tower cautiously, aware of being watched though seeing no one. The common room was still busy when they arrived, with students working on the first assignments of term. Ron waved them over to his corner. "How was the library?" he asked, then lowered his voice. "Or should I ask how was your secret meeting?" Harry and Hermione exchanged startled glances. "What are you talking about?" Hermione attempted innocence. "Come off it," Ron snorted. "I know you two weren't in the library. I actually went there looking for help with this bloody potions essay." He looked hurt. "You don't have to tell me everything, but don't lie about it." Guilt flowed through their bond. "Sorry, Ron," Harry said sincerely. "We didn't want to worry you." "We met with Malfoy," Hermione admitted quietly. "He had information about why Voldemort's interested in our bond." Ron's eyes widened. "And you went alone? Are you mental?" "We were careful," Harry assured him. "The room of requirement, protective spells, escape routes." "Still," Ron grumbled. "I could have watched your backs." "You're right," Hermione acknowledged. "We should have told you." Somewhat mollified, Ron leaned forward. "So what did the ferret want?" They explained Draco's warnings about Voldemort's interest in Ravenclaw's diadem and the various parties watching them. Ron listened with increasing concern. "Blimey," he said when they finished. "You can't catch a break, can you? First the soul bond thing, now you know who wants Hermione to find some lost magical artifact. And Dumbledore's watching us too," Harry added. "McGonagall warned us our dormitories might not be secure." Ron looked alarmed. "You think Dumbledore's searching your things? Or having someone do it for him," Hermione said. "I've moved anything sensitive to my beaded bag. It has undetectable extension and protection charms." "Smart," Ron approved. "But what about when you sleep?" "The bond thing, Malfoy said you shouldn't be separated, right?" Harry and Hermione exchanged uncomfortable looks. The pull between them had indeed grown stronger, making nights increasingly restless. "We'll manage," Hermione said firmly, though uncertainty colored her voice. Ron studied them for a moment. "You know," he said slowly, "the prefect's bathroom on the 5th floor has that private sitting area. If you needed somewhere to talk, without being overheard, it might work. The password's Pine Fresh." Hermione stared at him in surprise. "Are you suggesting we meet there?" Ron's ears reddened. "Just saying it's an option. If you need privacy." He shuffled awkwardly. "Look, I might not understand all this bond stuff, but I know it's important. And if Dumbledore's watching and you know who's plotting, you need safe places. Harry felt a rush of gratitude for their friend's unexpected support. Thanks, Ron. That's actually really helpful. Ron shrugged, embarrassed by their appreciation. Just don't make me regret it by doing anything weird in there. Ron! Hermione exclaimed, blushing furiously. Just saying, Ron mumbled, turning back to his essay. Soul bonds and all the old stories always end up with, it's not like that, Hermione interrupted, the same protest she'd made on the train, though with less conviction now. The bond had indeed intensified their awareness of each other in ways that were increasingly difficult to categorize as merely friendship. Harry cleared his throat. We should get some rest. Tomorrow's going to be busy, and Saturday we have Gringotts. Right, Hermione agreed quickly, grateful for the subject change. Good night, both of you. As she climbed the stairs to the girls' dormitory, Hermione felt the now familiar strain of separation from Harry. Through their bond, she sensed his matching discomfort. They would need to find a solution soon. The nightly separation was affecting them both, making proper rest difficult. In her dormitory, she found Lavender and Parvati already in bed but still awake, whispering together. They fell silent as she entered. Don't stop on my account, Hermione said tiredly, gathering her nightclothes. We were just wondering, Lavender said hesitantly, about you and Harry. Is it true you have a soul bond? Hermione sighed. There was little point denying what the whole school seemed to already know. Yes, it's true. It happened spontaneously when I received my family ring. Parvati sat up, eyes wide. That's so romantic. Soul bonds are incredibly rare, they only happen between people with deep magical compatibility. It's not romantic, Hermione insisted, though her cheeks warmed. It's a magical connection that we're still learning to understand. But the way you two look at each other, Lavender pressed. That's definitely changed. And you're always together now. We've always been close, Hermione deflected, disappearing into the bathroom to change. When she emerged, the girls had abandoned subtlety altogether. So do you feel what he feels? Parvati asked eagerly. Can you read his thoughts? Not his thoughts, no, Hermione admitted, seeing no escape from their questioning. But emotions, yes, somewhat. And we can sense each other's presence. That must be so intimate, Lavender sighed dreamily. Sharing feelings like that. Intimate was certainly one word for it, Hermione thought as she climbed into bed. The increasing awareness of Harry, his emotions, his proximity, his magic resonating with hers, was unlike anything she'd experienced before. Not quite romantic in the conventional sense, but definitely not platonic either. She drew her curtains closed and cast a silencing charm, then removed the small blue journal McGonagall had given them from her beaded bag. Rowena Ravenclaw's personal writings on magical bonds might offer insights into what they were experiencing. The ancient pages turned easily under her fingers, the text shimmering slightly as though enchanted to remain legible across centuries. Hermione found herself able to read the archaic script with surprising ease, another gift of her heritage, perhaps. The soul bond transcends ordinary magical connections, Ravenclaw had written. It is not merely an enhancement of abilities but a fundamental realignment of magical cores. Those joined by such bonds exist in harmonic resonance, each strengthening the other while maintaining distinct identities. Distance creates dissonance in newly formed bonds. Proximity is essential until the connection stabilizes, typically 3 lunar cycles. After this period, separation becomes less taxing, though the bond's pull remains. Most fascinating is the bond's effect on magical inheritance. Family gifts, typically accessible only to blood heirs, may transfer partially through the connection. My bonded partner, though not of Ravenclaw lineage, developed intuitive understanding of magical theory that characterizes our line. Hermione continued reading, finding confirmation of what they'd already experienced along with warnings about potential complications. Ravenclaw described how early separation could weaken nascent bonds, sometimes irreparably, which explained Draco's warning. She also mentioned interference, attempts by outside forces to manipulate or sever the connection. The greatest threat comes not from enemies but from those who believe they act in the bonded pair's best interest. Well-meaning attempts to protect one partner by limiting the bond can cause more harm than direct attacks. Dumbledore, Hermione thought immediately. His concern might be genuine, but if he tried to separate them, for their own good, the consequences could be severe. She read until her eyes grew heavy, learning about techniques to strengthen their connection and protect it from external influence. Just as she was drifting off, a warmth spread through her palm where the bond mark rested. Through their connection, she felt Harry's consciousness reaching for hers. Hermione. His voice wasn't audible but present in her mind nonetheless. Harry. She focused on directing her thoughts through their bond. Can you hear me? Yes. His excitement flowed through their connection. I was reading Ravenclaw's journal and tried what she described, visualizing our bond as a golden thread and sending thoughts along it. It works. Hermione marveled, the discovery momentarily banishing her fatigue. This could be incredibly useful. Especially if someone's watching us, Harry agreed. Are you okay? I can feel you're tired. Just been reading too long, she admitted. The journal has so much useful information. Get some rest, he urged. We'll practice more tomorrow. A wave of affection accompanied the thought. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Harry. She closed the journal and tucked it safely away, marveling at this new development in their bond. Sleep came easier that night, their mental connection somehow easing the physical separation. Yet Hermione's dreams were troubled, visions of a tarnished diadem hidden in a room of forgotten things, whispering secrets in a voice that scraped against her soul. Friday passed in a blur of classes and covert bond practice. They discovered they could maintain their mental communication over increasing distances, though it required more concentration. Between lessons, they researched Ravenclaw's diadem, finding little beyond legends of its loss centuries ago. The diadem of Ravenclaw, also known as the Lost Diadem, was said to enhance the wisdom of the wearer, Hermione read from a dusty tome in the library. It disappeared during Rowena Ravenclaw's lifetime and has never been recovered. Why would Voldemort want it? Harry wondered. Enhanced wisdom doesn't seem like his style. Maybe there's more to it, Hermione mused. Something only Ravenclaw's heir would know. That evening, they met Professor McGonagall for their second training session. The Transfiguration professor looked grave as she activated her privacy charms. The headmaster has been asking questions about your bond, she informed them without preamble. He seems particularly interested in whether it can be moderated. He wants to weaken it, Harry translated bluntly. His concern, as he expresses it, is that such intense magical connections can be unpredictable, McGonagall said carefully. Especially for young wizards still developing their individual magic. And his real concern? Hermione pressed. McGonagall's lips thinned. Control, Miss Granger. Your combined abilities potentially exceed his own, a concerning prospect for a wizard accustomed to being the most powerful person in any room. Has he said what he plans to do? Harry asked. Not explicitly. However, I've been instructed to monitor your training and report any concerning developments. Her expression made clear what she thought of this directive. Naturally, my definition of concerning may differ from the headmaster's. They exchanged grateful looks before McGonagall continued, Now, I understand you've made progress with mental communication. Harry nodded. We can send thoughts along our bond if we concentrate. Excellent, McGonagall approved. That will be invaluable if you're ever forcibly separated. Today we'll work on defensive applications of your bond, specifically, sharing magical resistance. The lesson focused on techniques to extend protective magic between them. By channeling through their bond, Harry could extend his remarkable resistance to the Imperious Curse to Hermione, while she could share her natural occlumency talent with him. Focus on the feeling of the protection, McGonagall instructed as she cast a mild compulsion charm at Hermione. Mr. Potter, visualize your resistance flowing through your connection. It took several attempts, but eventually Hermione felt Harry's innate defenses merge with her own, allowing her to shake off McGonagall's spell with surprising ease. Outstanding, McGonagall praised. Now reverse the exercise. By lesson's end, they had made significant progress, though the effort left them magically drained. McGonagall provided them with restorative potions. For tomorrow's Gringotts visit, she explained. The inheritance testing can be magically taxing, especially for bonds as complex as yours. Professor, Hermione asked as they prepared to leave, do you know anything about Ravenclaw's diadem? McGonagall's eyebrows rose. The lost diadem? Only what history tells us, it vanished centuries ago, taking its powers of enhanced wisdom with it. She studied Hermione curiously. Why do you ask? Hermione hesitated, then explained their meeting with Draco and Voldemort's interest in the artifact. McGonagall's expression grew troubled. If he who must not be named seeks the diadem, his purpose cannot be benign. But why he believes you can find it remains unclear, it's been lost for nearly 1,000 years. I've been having dreams about it, Hermione admitted. And yesterday, I felt something calling to me in the castle. Like a pull toward something familiar. Your awakened heritage may indeed create a connection to Ravenclaw artifacts, McGonagall acknowledged. But be cautious. Such magical resonances can be manipulated by those skilled in the dark arts. They left McGonagall's office with more questions than answers, making their way toward Gryffindor Tower. Halfway there, Harry suddenly pulled Hermione into an alcove behind a tapestry. Someone's following us, he whispered, his awareness of their surroundings having sharpened since the bond formed. They remained still, listening. Soft footsteps approached the tapestry, hesitated, then continued past. Through a tiny gap in the fabric, Hermione glimpsed Professor Snape gliding down the corridor, his black robes billowing. Snape, Harry muttered. Probably reporting to Dumbledore. Or Voldemort, Hermione reminded him. We still don't know where his true loyalties lie. They waited until the sound of footsteps faded completely before emerging from their hiding place. We should use Ron's suggestion, Harry said as they resumed walking. The prefect's bathroom. We can practice there without being watched. Hermione nodded in agreement. Tomorrow after Gringotts. We'll need somewhere private to review whatever we learn there anyway. When they reached the portrait hole, they found it surrounded by a crowd of Gryffindors. Excited voices carried down the corridor. What's going on? Harry asked Neville, who stood at the edge of the group. Dumbledore's inside the common room, Neville explained, looking concerned. He said he's making an announcement about student safety, but he's been waiting for you two specifically to return. Hermione felt Harry's wariness match her own. Did he say why? No, but he's been checking the portrait hole every few minutes, Neville said. Seems important. They exchanged nervous glances before pushing through to the portrait hole. The fat lady swung open without requiring the password, revealing the common room packed with students. At the center stood Dumbledore, resplendent in midnight blue robes spangled with silver stars. Ah, Harry, Miss Granger, he called jovially as they entered. Excellent timing. I was just about to address your housemates on some new security measures being implemented. Every eye in the room turned to them, making Hermione acutely uncomfortable. Through their bond, she felt Harry's matching tension and sent back reassurance. Due to recent intelligence regarding Death Eater activity, Dumbledore continued, addressing the room at large, we are enhancing protections around the school. This includes modified dormitory wards. He gestured, and silvery light briefly illuminated the walls of the common room before fading. These wards will now alert the staff to any unusual magical signatures or unauthorized enchantments within the dormitories, Dumbledore explained. A purely precautionary measure, I assure you. His twinkling eyes fixed momentarily on Harry and Hermione's joined hands, where their bond marks were visible. Additionally, we are reinstating the restriction against students being out of their dormitories between midnight and 5 a.m., without exception. This last part seemed directed specifically at them. Even prefects should complete their rounds before midnight. Ron, standing nearby, caught their eye and mouthed "bathroom plan," with a questioning look. Harry gave a subtle nod. "These measures are for your protection," Dumbledore concluded benevolently. "Hogwarts remains the safest place in Wizarding Britain, and we intend to keep it that way." He smiled widely. "Now, I believe it's nearly curfew. Pleasant dreams to you all." As he moved toward the portrait hole, he paused beside them. "Harry, Miss Granger, I would appreciate a moment of your time tomorrow after your return from Gringotts. Shall we say 4 o'clock, my office?" It wasn't really a request. "Of course, Professor," Harry replied politely. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Excellent. I find myself quite fascinated by rare magical phenomena. Soul bonds, for instance, are particularly intriguing in their variability." The emphasis on variability sent a chill through Hermione. Was he suggesting their bond could be altered? "Rest well," Dumbledore said pleasantly, then departed through the portrait hole. The common room immediately erupted with speculative chatter about the new security measures. Harry pulled Hermione to a quiet corner where Ron joined them. "That was about you too, wasn't it?" Ron said without preamble. "The midnight restriction, the wards, he's trying to keep you from meeting privately." "Seems that way," Harry agreed grimly. "Luckily we have other options." "The bathroom plan is still good," Ron confirmed. "Prefect bathrooms aren't part of the dormitory wards. But you'll need to be extra careful, Filch will be watching the corridors more closely now." "We'll manage," Hermione said with more confidence than she felt. "Right now I'm more concerned about tomorrow's meeting with Dumbledore after Gringotts. He's going to try something," Harry predicted. "The question is what?" "Whatever it is, don't drink or eat anything in his office," Ron advised seriously. "Dad always says never to accept refreshments during negotiations with goblins or ministry officials. Same probably goes for headmasters with mysterious agendas." Despite the tension, Hermione smiled at Ron's unexpectedly practical advice. "When did you get so strategic?" Ron shrugged, ears reddening slightly. "Chess player, remember? Always thinking a few moves ahead." He yawned widely. "Anyway, I'm turning in. Good luck at Gringotts tomorrow. Bring me back a souvenir, yeah." After he left, Harry and Hermione lingered in the common room until most students had gone to bed. The bond between them thrummed with mutual concern about Dumbledore's plans. "We should be careful what we bring to his office," Hermione whispered. "Anything from Gringotts should stay hidden." Harry nodded in agreement. "And we should practice shielding our bond before we meet him. If he can sense its strength. He might try to weaken it," Hermione finished. Rowena's journal mentioned techniques to mask bond signatures. "We should review those tonight." As the common room emptied, the pull between them intensified, making their upcoming separation for sleep increasingly uncomfortable. "I don't know how much longer we can keep doing this," Harry admitted quietly. "Being apart at night is getting harder." "I know," Hermione sighed. "Ravenclaw's journal says it's normal during the bond's formation period. After a few months, it should stabilize enough that separation is easier." "Months?" Harry ran a hand through his hair in frustration. "That's not exactly sustainable with Dumbledore watching our every move." Hermione bit her lip thoughtfully. "There might be another solution. The room of requirement could create a space for us to rest together, not in any inappropriate way," she added quickly, blushing. "Just, near enough that the bond doesn't strain." "It's worth considering," Harry agreed, his own cheeks slightly colored. "Especially if Dumbledore's new restrictions make things worse." As they finally parted for their dormitories, Hermione felt the now familiar tug of resistance from their bond. They'd managed to establish their mental connection more firmly, however, which provided some comfort despite physical distance. "Good night, Harry," she thought along their bond as she settled into bed. "Try to rest, tomorrow will be important." "You too," came his response, warm with affection despite the underlying concern they both felt. "And Hermione? Whatever happens at Gringotts or with Dumbledore, we're facing it together." The certainty in his mental voice soothed her anxiety, allowing her to drift into sleep despite the constant awareness of their separation. Their bond might be complicated and increasingly the focus of external interest, but it was also becoming the foundation of a connection deeper than anything she'd experienced before. Her dreams that night were a mixture of diadems whispering ancient secrets and vaults filled with mysteries waiting to be unlocked. And throughout, a sense of Harry's presence, their magics intertwined in patterns of gold and silver that somehow felt like coming home. Saturday morning dawned clear and crisp, autumn beginning to paint the grounds with hints of gold and bronze. Hermione woke early, feeling unusually refreshed despite her troubled dreams. Through their bond, she sensed Harry was already awake and anticipating their day. She dressed carefully, selecting robes that struck a balance between practical and formal. Today she would officially claim her inheritance as heir to 2 ancient magical houses. Appropriate attire seemed important. The sapphire ring on her finger gleamed in the morning light, its magic humming in harmony with her own. Harry was waiting in the common room when she descended, similarly dressed in his best robes. His eyes brightened when he saw her, their bond warming with mutual appreciation. "Ready for this?" he asked as they headed toward McGonagall's office. "Not really," Hermione admitted. "Everything's happening so fast. A week ago, I was just Hermione Granger, Muggle-born witch. Now I'm heir to ancient houses I know almost nothing about, magically bound to you, and apparently of interest to both Voldemort and Dumbledore." Harry took her hand, their bond marks glowing faintly at the contact. "You're still you, Hermione. The most brilliant witch I know, regardless of bloodline." His sincerity flowed through their connection. "And whatever we discover today, we'll handle it together." His confidence steadied her nerves as they reached McGonagall's office. The professor was waiting, already dressed in formal tartan robes. "Right on time," she approved, gesturing to the fireplace where emerald flames already danced. "The goblins value punctuality. You'll flew directly to a private arrival chamber at Gringotts where Director Ragnarok will meet you." She handed them each a small vial of golden potion. "Restorative draft, as promised. Blood verification rituals can be draining." They drank the potions, which tasted of honey and sunlight, immediately feeling their energy replenish. "Thank you for arranging this, Professor," Hermione said gratefully. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "You deserve to know your heritage, Miss Granger, without interference or manipulation." She checked her watch. "You should proceed. Remember, speak clearly and step confidently." One by one, they stepped into the fireplace, calling out, "Gringotts Inheritance Office." The familiar whirling sensation of flu travel enveloped them, depositing them moments later in an elegantly appointed chamber lined with marble and gold. A goblin in formal attire stood waiting, his expression impassive. "Miss Dagworth Granger. Mr. Potter. Director Ragnarok awaits you." His tone carried the minimal courtesy Gringotts employees typically extended to wizards. He led them through corridors far more ornate than the public areas of the bank, eventually arriving at massive gold doors inscribed with goblin runes. 2 heavily armed goblin guards stood at attention. "The Ravenclaw heir and her bonded," their guide announced formally. The guards scrutinized them closely, paying particular attention to Hermione's ring and their bond marks. After a moment, they nodded in unison, and the doors swung open silently. The chamber beyond was circular, its domed ceiling enchanted to display the night sky despite the morning hour outside. At the center stood a large stone table carved with intricate runes and symbols, behind which sat an ancient goblin wearing elaborate gold-embroidered robes and a circlet of polished black metal. "Director Ragnarok," their guide announced with a deep bow, before backing out of the room. The goblin director studied them with piercing black eyes that seemed to see more than just their physical presence. Heir Ravenclaw Dagworth Granger, he acknowledged with a slight inclination of his head. Your presence activates inheritance claims dormant for 17 years. His gaze shifted to Harry. And Harry Potter, heir to House Potter and bonded companion. Unexpected but not unprecedented. Thank you for seeing us, Director, Hermione responded, recalling the formal address appropriate for high-ranking goblins. Not a matter of choice but of magical contract, Ragnarok replied bluntly. Your ancestors established specific inheritance protocols with the nation. He gestured to the stone table. We begin with verification, though your ring's acceptance already confirms your identity to our magic. They approached the table, which Hermione now recognized as a ritual stone similar to those described in ancient texts on goblin magic. Runes along its edge glowed faintly with inner light. Your hand, heir Ravenclaw, Ragnarok instructed. Hermione placed her ringed hand on the stone. Immediately, the sapphire flared brilliant blue, and the runes illuminated in response, forming patterns that spiraled across the table's surface. Blood will complete the confirmation, Ragnarok stated, offering a silver dagger. Hermione took it carefully and made a small incision on her palm. As her blood touched the stone, the blue light intensified, spreading outward in branching patterns that resembled a family tree. Names appeared in glowing script, her biological parents, grandparents, and ancestors tracing back through generations, eventually splitting into two distinct lines that led to Rowena Ravenclaw and Hector Dagworth Granger I. The bloodlines are confirmed, Ragnarok announced formally. Hermione Jean, born to Eleanor Ravenclaw and Edward Dagworth Granger, rightful heir to both houses by birth and magic. The goblin waved a clawed hand, and the cut on Hermione's palm healed instantly. The glowing family tree remained visible on the stone. Now the bond verification, Ragnarok continued, turning to Harry. Your hand, Mr. Potter. Harry placed his hand beside Hermione's on the stone. Where their bond marks touched, golden light flared, intertwining with the blue of Hermione's heritage magic. New patterns formed, creating a complex web between their palms. Anima vinculum, Ragnarok observed, sounding almost impressed. Soul bond of the highest order, still in formation but already strong. He studied the magical patterns. Interesting. The Potter line has intersected with Ravenclaw before, though distantly. Perhaps why the bond formed so readily. This was new information. Harry has Ravenclaw ancestors? Hermione asked in surprise. Many generations removed, but yes, Ragnarok confirmed. Magical compatibility often has ancestral roots. He waved his hand again, and the lights faded. The verifications are complete. We may now proceed to the inheritance matters. The goblin snapped his fingers, and a large leather portfolio appeared on the table. The combined estates of houses Ravenclaw and Dagworth Granger are substantial. Properties, investments, artifacts, and currency accumulated over centuries. He opened the portfolio, revealing pages of parchment covered with detailed inventories. The liquid assets alone total approximately 12 million galleons, distributed across high-security vaults. Properties include Ravenclaw Manor in Scotland, currently under Fidelius Charm, Dagworth Estate in Wiltshire, and various smaller holdings throughout Britain and France. Hermione felt momentarily dizzy at the magnitude of her inheritance. Harry's steadying presence through their bond kept her grounded. Additionally, Ragnarok continued, there are significant investments in both magical and muggle enterprises, a collection of rare books and artifacts, and several patents on potions developed by your Dagworth Granger ancestors that continue to generate substantial royalties. He turned a page, revealing a detailed map. Of particular significance is Ravenclaw's personal vault, sealed since her death except to confirmed blood heirs. It contains items of both historical and magical importance. Can we visit the vault today? Hermione asked, curiosity overwhelming her shock at her newfound wealth. It is your right as confirmed heir, Ragnarok acknowledged. However, before proceeding, there is the matter of your parents' final instructions. He withdrew a sealed parchment from the portfolio. To be delivered upon confirmation of your identity. Hermione accepted the parchment with trembling hands. The seal bore the combined crests of Ravenclaw and Granger, an eagle and crossed potion vials. She broke it carefully and unfolded the letter. Our beloved daughter, if you are reading this, then our worst fears and greatest hopes have both been realized. You have survived to claim your birthright, but we are no longer with you to guide your path. We made the painful choice to hide you among muggles when prophecy and circumstance converged to place you in grave danger. A seer of significant talent foresaw that the last heir of Ravenclaw would either fall to darkness or stand as its greatest foe, bound to fates chosen through magic older than time. The Dark Lord Voldemort, learning of this prophecy, sought to either control or eliminate you as an infant. We enacted ancient family magic to conceal your heritage, temporarily binding your innate abilities and placing you with Helen and Richard Granger, distant relations through a squib branch of our family, who loved you as their own. The magic was designed to dissolve on your 17th birthday, allowing your true identity and abilities to emerge gradually. The activation of your bond, however, may have accelerated this process. In Ravenclaw's vault, you will find our personal journals, family grimoires, and artifacts that rightfully belong to you. Most importantly, you will find instructions regarding a legacy that only Ravenclaw's heir can access, knowledge hidden within Hogwarts itself. Be wary of those who would seek to control this legacy. Not all who present themselves as allies have your best interests at heart. Trust your bond and the magic that flows through your veins. We have watched over you from afar through magical means, seen your brilliance shine and your courage stand firm. Know that we departed this world content in the knowledge that our daughter would one day fulfill a destiny greater than we could have imagined. With eternal love and pride, Eleanor Ravenclaw Dagworth Granger Edward Hector Dagworth Granger. Tears blurred Hermione's vision as she finished reading. Harry, sensing her emotional turmoil through their bond, placed a comforting hand on hers. They knew about our bond, she whispered, passing him the letter. Or at least, they knew I would form one. As Harry read, Ragnarok observed them with calculating eyes. The prophecy your parents referenced has been the subject of much speculation in certain circles, he noted. Gringotts maintains neutrality in wizarding conflicts, but records of such predictions are preserved in our archives. Do you have the full prophecy? Hermione asked, wiping away tears. Ragnarok hesitated, an unusual sign of uncertainty from a goblin. Not in its entirety. Prophecies of such significance are often fragmented for security. However, he reached into his robes and withdrew a small crystal vial containing swirling silver mist. This memory was entrusted to Gringotts by your mother for safekeeping. It may provide clarification. He placed the vial on the table between them. If you wish to view it, we have a pensieve available. Hermione looked to Harry, their bond conveying mutual agreement. We would like to see it, please. Ragnarok snapped his fingers, and an ornate stone basin rose from the floor, runes carved around its circumference glowing with soft light. He carefully emptied the vial's contents into the basin, where the silvery substance swirled hypnotically. I will withdraw to give you privacy, the goblin director said, moving toward a side door. When you are ready to continue to the vaults, simply ring the bell on the table. After he departed, Harry and Hermione stood before the pensieve, their bond humming with anticipation and apprehension. Together? Harry asked, taking her hand. Hermione nodded, drawing strength from his presence. Together. They leaned forward in unison, touching their faces to the silvery surface. The world tilted, and they fell into the memory. They found themselves in an elegantly appointed study. Large windows overlooked manicured gardens, suggesting a substantial country estate. A woman sat behind a desk, tall and slender, with chestnut hair pulled back in a sophisticated knot. Her eyes were Hermione's exact shade of brown. That's my mother, Hermione whispered, emotion tightening her throat. Eleanor. The door opened, and a tall man entered, handsome with dark hair and strong features that somehow reminded them of Hermione's determined expression when solving a particularly challenging problem. Edward, Harry guessed quietly, feeling Hermione's emotional recognition through their bond. "The wards are secure," Edward said, closing the door behind him. "Is she ready?" Eleanor nodded gravely. "Madame Cresswell has entered the trance state. We should proceed quickly, these episodes tax her considerably." Edward moved to a side door and opened it, revealing a smaller room where an elderly witch sat in a high-backed chair, her eyes glazed and unfocused. Her hands trembled slightly in her lap. "Madame Cresswell," Eleanor addressed her gently. "We are here as requested. You said the vision concerned our daughter?" The elderly witch's head turned slowly toward them, though her eyes remained unseeing. When she spoke, her voice had a hollow, echoing quality that raised goosebumps on Harry and Hermione's arms. "The last heir of wisdom's line approaches. Born as the seventh month wanes, she carries the legacy that darkness has sought for generations. The Dark Lord will mark her as either ally or enemy, but she will walk a path he cannot foresee." The witch's body went rigid, her voice deepening further. "Bound by soul and magic to fate's chosen one, their united power will exceed all that came before. Ancient knowledge awakens at their touch, secrets long hidden revealed to their joined sight." Madame Cresswell began to tremble more violently, her voice becoming strained. "Beware the one who guides from shadows, whose greater good demands sacrifice. Trust in blood and bond when all else falters. For only together can they unlock what wisdom hid from darkness." With a gasp, the seer collapsed back in her chair, the trance broken. Edward rushed forward to support her while Eleanor conjured a glass of water. "Did you record it?" Madame Cresswell asked weakly after taking a sip. "Every word," Eleanor confirmed, looking shaken. "It was about our daughter and someone else. A chosen one of some kind." "The prophecy is clear," the elderly witch said, strength returning to her voice. "Your daughter will form a soul bond with someone significant, someone already marked by destiny." Her expression grew troubled. "You must protect her. He who must not be named has spies everywhere. If he learns of this prophecy, we'll take precautions immediately," Edward assured her. "The Fidelius charm, perhaps even more extreme measures if necessary." "There is one more thing," Madame Cresswell said hesitantly. "Something I saw but could not articulate in the trance state. A warning." She leaned forward, lowering her voice. "Beware the phoenix. Not all that burns bright serves the light." The memory began to dissolve around them, colors and shapes swirling as they were pulled back into the present. Moments later, they stood again in the Gringotts chamber, the pensieve still swirling with silver mist before them. "The phoenix," Harry murmured, the implications obvious. "Dumbledore." Hermione's mind was racing. "The prophecy connected us specifically. Bound by soul and magic to fate's chosen one, that's you, Harry. And ancient knowledge awakens at their touch, that's exactly what's been happening with our bond. And the warning about the one who guides from shadows, whose greater good demands sacrifice, that has to be Dumbledore," Harry agreed grimly. "It confirms what we've suspected. But what is this legacy that Voldemort has sought for generations?" Hermione wondered. "And what did Rowena Ravenclaw hide from darkness that only we can unlock together?" "Possibly connected to the diadem," Harry suggested. "If Voldemort's been seeking it, and you're having dreams about it." They were interrupted by the return of Director Ragnarok, who re-entered the chamber silently. "You have viewed the memory," he observed. "Does it clarify your situation?" "Somewhat," Hermione acknowledged. "Though it raises as many questions as it answers." Ragnarok nodded, unsurprised. Prophecies rarely provide straightforward guidance. It is their nature to unfold through events rather than explanation. He returned to the table and the portfolio of documents. "There are inheritance matters to finalize before we proceed to the vaults." The next hour was consumed with formal procedures, signing magical contracts that confirmed Hermione's acceptance of her inheritance, reviewing detailed inventories of assets, and establishing her authorization to access all associated vaults and properties. As a soul-bonded pair, Ragnarok explained, Mr. Potter has certain rights regarding your estates, though full control remains with you as the blood heir. This is ancient magical law, predating even Gringotts itself. What kind of rights? Hermione asked, concerned about the implications. Access to properties under your control, limited withdrawal privileges from your vaults, and certain protective authorities, Ragnarok detailed. The magic recognizes your bond as a form of magical marriage, though distinct from contractual unions. Both Harry and Hermione blushed at this characterization. We're not. I mean, we didn't intend. Harry stammered. Intent is irrelevant to ancient magic, Ragnarok stated matter-of-factly. The bond exists, therefore certain magical rights and responsibilities apply. He seemed almost amused by their discomfort. Be assured that Mr. Potter cannot access your ancestral vaults without your physical presence, nor can he make decisions regarding your estates without your approval. After completing the necessary formalities, Ragnarok summoned a different goblin to escort them to the vaults. Griphook will take you to Ravenclaw's personal vault first, as it likely contains the most immediately relevant items, Ragnarok explained. I have authorized extended access given the significance of your claim. The bank will close to regular customers in 3 hours, but you may remain until sunset if necessary. As they prepared to follow Griphook, Ragnarok added, one final matter, heir Ravenclaw. Your inheritance includes a seat on the Wisengamot and certain privileges at Hogwarts School as founder's heir. The ministry will be automatically notified of your claim, as magic requires. Political ramifications may follow. Thank you for the warning, Director, Hermione said, understanding the implications. Once her heritage became officially recognized by the ministry, many more people would take interest in her situation. The nation maintains neutrality, Ragnarok reminded them. But we honor ancient pacts with the founder's lines. Should you require Gringotts' particular services, your status ensures favorable consideration. Coming from a goblin, this was an extraordinary statement of support. Hermione thanked him formally before they departed, following Griphook to the cart system that would take them deep into the bowels of Gringotts. Ravenclaw's vault is among the oldest and deepest in the bank, Griphook informed them as the cart picked up speed, plunging down tracks that spiraled ever downward. Few living wizards have seen this level. The air grew colder as they descended, passing numerous high-security vaults with increasingly elaborate protections visible at their entrances. Finally, after what seemed like miles of twisting tracks, they arrived at a platform carved from the living rock of the cavern wall. Before them stood a massive door of blue-tinted metal, inscribed with an intricate eagle design whose eyes were set with sapphires matching Hermione's ring. No keyhole or handle was visible. Ravenclaw's personal vault, Griphook announced with unmistakable reverence. Accessible only to blood heirs and those they explicitly permit entry. He gestured to Hermione. Place your ringed hand on the eagle's heart. Hermione stepped forward and pressed her palm against the center of the metal eagle. Immediately, her ring glowed brilliant blue, and the sapphire eyes of the eagle illuminated in response. Ancient magic surged through her, flowing from the ring into the vault door and back again in a circuit of recognition. The door shimmered and began to dissolve like mist, revealing a chamber beyond that took her breath away. Unlike the typical Gringotts vault filled with coins and valuables, Ravenclaw's sanctuary resembled a magnificent personal library and study. Bookshelves lined the walls from floor to ceiling, filled with ancient tomes whose spines glowed with preservation charms. A large desk of polished mahogany dominated the center, its surface arranged with parchments and writing implements as though Rowena herself had just stepped away momentarily. Display cases held artifacts of obvious magical significance, crystal spheres that contained swirling galaxies, delicate silver instruments whose purposes weren't immediately apparent, and jewelry that pulsed with enchantment. In one corner stood an elegant astronomical model of the solar system that moved in real time, planets orbiting a miniature sun that actually generated heat. It's incredible, Hermione breathed, stepping inside reverently. The very air felt charged with ancient magic, welcoming and familiar to her awakened heritage. Harry followed, the door remaining open for him due to their bond. Even Griphook seemed impressed, though he remained on the threshold as Goblin protocol dictated. "I will wait here," he informed them. "Take what time you need. Items removed must be registered before departure, but as heir, your rights of possession are absolute." Hermione moved to the desk first, drawn by the sense that it contained the most immediately important information. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a letter prominently placed in the center, sealed with blue wax impressed with Ravenclaw's eagle. Her name was written on the envelope in elegant script that somehow matched the handwriting in Rowena's journal, despite the centuries between. How is this possible, she wondered aloud, carefully breaking the seal. This letter can't be 1,000 years old, yet it's addressed to me specifically. Time magic, perhaps? Harry suggested. Or some form of heritage spell that adapts to the current heir. The letter inside was written on parchment that seemed fresh despite its obvious age. "To my heir, who reads these words across the divide of centuries, magic recognizes blood and intention beyond the constraints of linear time. I have enchanted this letter to speak directly to you, whoever you may be, whenever you may come. The fact that you read it confirms what my divination suggested, that a time of great peril approaches for our world, requiring the awakening of secrets I have guarded. You have formed the soul bond that my visions foretold, a connection to one whose destiny intertwines with yours in ways neither of you yet fully comprehend. Together, you are key and lock to what I have hidden from those who would use knowledge for domination rather than enlightenment. Within this vault, you will find my personal grimoire containing the location and nature of what I concealed within Hogwarts walls. The specific item sought by the self-styled Lord of Darkness is but a fragment of a greater whole, my diadem, which enhances not merely wisdom but magical perception beyond ordinary constraints. What he does not know, what few have ever suspected, is that the diadem is one of 4 artifacts created by the founders with extraordinary combined potential. When united by those with the proper bloodlines and intentions, these founders' relics can either preserve or fundamentally reshape the magical foundations of Britain. Your bonded partner carries the legacy of Godric, though he may not yet realize it. The sword answers to him not merely through bravery but through birthright, diluted through generations but still potent. The other founders' relics, Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket, have been scattered, but my divination suggests they have fallen under the influence of darkness. Most crucially, the one who styles himself heir of Slytherin has desecrated these sacred artifacts. He has performed unspeakable magic upon them, transforming objects of creation into vessels of soul fragmentation. My diadem, I fear, has suffered the same fate should he have located it. The grimoire will explain what must be done, how the bond you share provides unique power against such corruption. Trust in your joined magic, in the legacy that flows through both your bloodlines. Wisdom shared is wisdom multiplied, Rowena Ravenclaw, Horcruxes, Harry whispered, the realization dawning as he read over Hermione's shoulder. Voldemort made the founders' artifacts into Horcruxes. Hermione looked up in surprise. You know what those are? Dumbledore's been showing me memories about Voldemort's past, Harry explained. He hasn't used the term yet, but he's been hinting at something Voldemort did to achieve immortality. He pointed to the phrase about soul fragmentation. This has to be it. Hermione turned back to the desk, searching for the grimoire mentioned in the letter. She found it in a drawer, a thick tome bound in midnight blue leather with silver constellations embossed on its cover. The moment her fingers touched it, the stars realigned themselves, forming new patterns that somehow felt significant. This is it, she confirmed, carefully opening the ancient book. The pages were filled with Rowena's precise handwriting, diagrams, and magical formulas of extraordinary complexity. As Hermione skimmed the contents, her awakened heritage allowed her to comprehend concepts that would have been impenetrable to most wizards. It's not just about the diadem, she said after a few minutes. Rowena was researching soul magic, not dark applications like Horcruxes, but protective measures against them. And something called the Founder's Convergence. Apparently when all 4 relics are brought together by worthy heirs, they can channel extraordinary magic. Does it say where the diadem is? Harry asked practically. Hermione turned several pages, stopping at a detailed map of Hogwarts unlike any they had seen before. It showed not just the known castle but seemingly hidden layers and chambers, including one labeled, the Room of Requirement, with multiple configurations illustrated. Here, she said, pointing to a notation. The Room of Hidden Things, it's one form the Room of Requirement can take. The diadem is concealed there, according to this. We've used that room for DA meetings, Harry realized. It's been right there in the castle all along. But if Voldemort found it and turned it into a Horcrux? Hermione frowned, troubled by the implications. We'll need to be extremely careful. According to this grimoire, Horcruxes carry powerful dark magic and can influence those around them. They spent the next hour examining the vault's contents, finding journals from Hermione's more recent ancestors, magical artifacts of various purposes, and several books on soul bonds that they shrunk and packed away for later study. Most valuable was a small wooden chest containing memories in labeled vials, including some from Eleanor and Edward Dagworth Granger during Hermione's early childhood before they went into hiding. We should view these later, somewhere private, Hermione said, carefully securing the chest in her beaded bag along with Rowena's grimoire and selected journals. They also discovered several pieces of jewelry besides the ring Hermione already wore, a delicate silver tiara set with smaller sapphires, not the diadem itself, but perhaps a prototype, Hermione theorized, a matching necklace, and wrist cuffs inscribed with protective runes. These are defensive artifacts, Hermione explained, examining the runes. They strengthen magical shields and protect against mental invasion. After consulting with Harry, she put on the necklace and one of the cuffs, offering the matching cuff to him. These might help shield our bond from Dumbledore's examination. After registering their withdrawals with Griphook, they proceeded to the Dagworth Granger family vault, which contained more conventional wealth, gold coins in neat stacks, investment portfolios, and practical magical items rather than ancient artifacts. Here they found more personal items from Hermione's parents, including photographs of them holding her as an infant before the concealment magic was applied. You have your mother's eyes, Harry observed softly as Hermione stared at a moving photograph of Eleanor holding a baby with familiar brown eyes and the beginning of bushy hair. And your father's determination in your expression. Tears welled in Hermione's eyes as she carefully packed these precious mementos. Through their bond, Harry's comforting presence helped steady her emotions. Their final stop was the Potter family vault, which Harry had never actually visited despite knowing of its existence. Inside, they found not just gold but heirlooms and artifacts similar to the Dagworth Granger vault, family history preserved in physical form. I never knew any of this existed, Harry said, voice tight with emotion as he examined photographs of his parents and grandparents, journals written by generations of Potters, and magical items created or collected by his ancestors. Most significantly, they discovered a small jewelry box containing what appeared to be bonding rings, simple bands of gold inscribed with Potter family runes. Traditional soul bond recognition jewelry, Hermione identified, reading the accompanying note. They're enchanted to strengthen the connection between bonded pairs. Harry examined them thoughtfully. We should take these. Not to. I mean, not assuming anything about our relationship, but if they help protect and strengthen our bond. Of course, Hermione agreed, understanding his meaning. The rings were practical magical tools, not necessarily romantic symbols in this context. By the time they finished exploring the vaults, several hours had passed. They returned to the bank's main level with their beaded bags considerably fuller of knowledge and artifacts than when they'd arrived. Your inheritance has been officially recorded, Griphook informed them as they prepared to depart. The ministry will receive notification by tomorrow morning, as required by law. Thank you for your assistance, Hermione said formally, presenting the goblin with a generous gratuity from her newly accessed funds. As they stepped back into Diagon Alley, they were immediately struck by the quiet tension that had settled over the normally bustling street. Many shops were closed or boarded up, and the few shoppers hurried about their business with wary expressions. "The war is affecting everything," Harry observed grimly. "We should get back to Hogwarts quickly." They made their way to the leaky cauldron, where they could use the public flue to return to McGonagall's office. As they walked, Hermione felt the weight of responsibility settling over her, not just for her newly discovered heritage and wealth, but for the task Rowena Ravenclaw had entrusted to them across centuries. "We need to find that diadem," she said quietly. "And figure out how to destroy a Horcrux if that's what it's become." "One step at a time," Harry advised. "First, we deal with Dumbledore this afternoon. Then we research Horcruxes using Ravenclaw's grimoire. And tonight, we look for the diadem in the Room of Requirement," Hermione finished. Their bond hummed with shared purpose and determination. Neither noticed the cloaked figure watching them from the shadows, nor the silvery Patronus that departed from this observer, carrying news of the Ravenclaw heir's official claim to someone very interested indeed in this development. Back at Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore received this message with a troubled frown, adjusting his plans accordingly. The pieces on his grand chessboard had just moved in unexpected ways, requiring a more direct approach than he had initially intended. In his tower office, ancient instruments monitoring Harry Potter's magical signature had begun behaving erratically the moment the soul bond formed. Now, with Hermione's inheritance officially claimed, they spun and whirred with increasing urgency, suggesting changes to magical connections he had carefully established years ago. "This complicates matters significantly, Fawkes," he murmured to his Phoenix companion. "The boy must remain, properly directed if he is to fulfill his purpose." The magnificent bird trilled a questioning note, regarding Dumbledore with unusually solemn eyes. "Yes, sacrifices are regrettable but necessary," the headmaster responded, as though understanding the Phoenix's concern. "The greater good demands difficult choices. Miss Granger's unexpected heritage and their bond, adjustments must be made." He moved to a cabinet and withdrew a crystal vial containing potion of deep purple hue, a color remarkably similar to the bond signature that had manifested between Harry and Hermione. "Tempering, not severing," he assured the watching Phoenix. "Their connection has potential utility if properly controlled." Fawkes trilled again, the note distinctly discordant this time. "You disapprove, old friend?" Dumbledore raised a silver eyebrow. "Yet you have supported more difficult decisions in our long association." The Phoenix ruffled his feathers and turned away, an unusual display of disagreement that gave the headmaster momentary pause. Then, resolute once more, Dumbledore pocketed the vial and prepared for his upcoming meeting with the bonded pair, whose growing power and independence threatened plans decades in the making. When Harry and Hermione returned to McGonagall's office via the Floo network, they found the Transfiguration professor waiting with unusual tension evident in her posture. "You've returned just in time," she greeted them. "The headmaster has been inquiring about your progress at Gringotts with concerning frequency." "Has something happened?" Harry asked, brushing soot from his robes. "Not explicitly," McGonagall said carefully. "However, Professor Snape was summoned to the headmaster's office shortly after your departure and emerged looking troubled. He has since left the castle on what Albus described as urgent business." Hermione and Harry exchanged worried glances, their bond transmitting mutual concern. "Do you think Voldemort knows about my inheritance claim already?" Hermione asked. "It seems probable," McGonagall acknowledged. "The magical registration of such claims reverberates through ancient tracking spells. Those attuned to such magic, including both Albus and the Dark Lord, would likely sense the shift." She gestured for them to sit, casting privacy charms with practiced ease. "What did you discover at Gringotts? Anything of immediate significance?" They shared the essential information, the confirmation of Hermione's heritage, the prophecy concerning them both, and Rowena Ravenclaw's letter about her hidden diadem. They did not mention Horcruxes, uncertain how much to reveal even to McGonagall about this darkest of magic. Ravenclaw's diadem, McGonagall mused. A powerful artifact indeed, if the historical accounts are accurate. Enhanced wisdom is merely its surface function, legends suggest it grants insights that transcend ordinary knowledge. And you believe you know who has corrupted it somehow? She asked, picking up on their careful phrasing. We believe he's done something to it that makes it dangerous, Harry confirmed without specifics. Rowena's grimoire suggests it's hidden in the Room of Requirement, in its Room of Hidden Things configuration. McGonagall's eyebrows rose. The come-and-go room, as the house elves call it. I should have suspected, a perfect hiding place, continually changing yet always accessible to those who know how to ask. She checked her watch with a frown. Your meeting with the headmaster is in 20 minutes. I suggest you shield your bond as we practiced and reveal only what is necessary about your Gringotts discoveries. Her expression grew grave. And as I advised previously, do not consume anything he offers. You really believe he might try something that direct? Hermione asked, troubled by the implication. Albus Dumbledore is a complicated man, McGonagall said carefully. His commitment to what he perceives as the greater good has led him to actions that. She hesitated, choosing her words deliberately. Actions that prioritize outcomes over individual autonomy. He believes in necessary sacrifices for the common welfare. Sacrifices like me, Harry said flatly, years of suspicion crystallizing into certainty. He's been preparing me for something since I arrived at Hogwarts. Possibly since my parents died. McGonagall didn't contradict him. The headmaster plays a long game, Mr. Potter. One whose full dimensions I myself do not entirely comprehend. She straightened, her practical nature reasserting itself. For now, focus on protecting your bond and revealing only what advances your position. After your meeting, we can discuss next steps regarding the diadem. They left McGonagall's office with 15 minutes to spare before their appointment with Dumbledore. In a secluded alcove, they paused to activate the protective artifacts from Ravenclaw's vault, the enchanted cuffs that would help shield their bond from magical examination. Remember what we practiced, Hermione said, taking Harry's hands in hers. Visualize our bond as contained within a protective sphere, with only surface impressions visible from outside. They closed their eyes, focusing through their connection to create the mental shields McGonagall had taught them. Their bond responded, the gold-and-silver thread between their minds withdrawing into a protected core that remained accessible to each other but obscured from external detection. Ready? Harry asked after a moment, opening his eyes to find Hermione watching him with determined focus. As will ever be, she confirmed. They walked hand in hand to the gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office, their bond a comforting presence as they prepared to face the manipulations of a wizard whose true intentions had become increasingly suspect. Sugar quills, Harry stated, and the gargoyle leapt aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. As they ascended, Hermione squeezed Harry's hand reassuringly. Whatever Dumbledore planned, they would face it together, bound by magic, choice, and a shared determination to forge their own path through the growing darkness that threatened their world. Chapter 3, United Magic. The staircase wound upward in a tight spiral, each step bringing Harry and Hermione closer to the confrontation they'd been anticipating since discovering Dumbledore's potential duplicity. Through their bond, they steadied each other, Harry's courage complementing Hermione's analytical caution. Enter, called Dumbledore's serene voice before they could even knock. The familiar circular office appeared unchanged, silver instruments whirring on spindle-legged tables, portraits of previous headmasters pretending to doze in their frames, Fawkes perched regally beside the massive desk. Yet somehow the space felt different, charged with an undercurrent of tension despite Dumbledore's benign smile. Harry, Miss Granger, he greeted them warmly. Do sit down. I trust your Gringotts business was productive. They took the offered chairs, careful to maintain their mental shields as they'd practiced. Harry noticed Fawkes watching them with unusual intensity, the Phoenix's gaze lingering on their bonded hands. It was informative, Professor, Hermione replied carefully. Excellent, excellent. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he reached for a crystal decanter. Perhaps some refreshment after your journey? Elderflower water, quite refreshing. No, "Thank you," they answered in unison, remembering McGonagall's warning. Something flickered behind Dumbledore's smile, so briefly anyone else might have missed it. "As you wish." He settled back, steepling his long fingers. "I confess I'm quite fascinated by the developments of the past week. A spontaneous soul bond is remarkable enough, but combined with Miss Granger's heritage revelation." He shook his head in apparent wonder. "Truly extraordinary." "It's been quite a surprise for us too, Professor," Harry said, revealing nothing. Dumbledore nodded sympathetically. "I can only imagine. Soul bonds are mentioned in ancient texts, but modern magical theory considers them largely metaphorical rather than literal." He leaned forward slightly. "May I ask how it's affecting your magic? Any unusual manifestations?" The question seemed innocent, yet they sensed the calculated assessment behind it. Through their bond, they coordinated a response, revealing enough to seem cooperative without exposing the full extent of their abilities. "Our spells seem stronger when we cast together," Hermione offered. "And we can sense each other's presence and general emotional state." "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "And the Patronus on the train, a phoenix, I understand. Quite symbolic." "It just happened, sir," Harry said with practiced casualness. "We didn't consciously choose the form." "Of course not," Dumbledore agreed. "Soul magic responds to deeper currents than conscious intent." He paused, studying them over his half-moon spectacles. "I wonder, might I examine your bond marks? From a purely academic perspective, of course. Such magical manifestations are rarely documented." Warning flared through their connection. This was exactly what McGonagall had cautioned against, direct magical assessment that might allow Dumbledore to interfere with their bond. "I'm sorry, Professor," Hermione said, adopting an apologetic tone. "We've noticed the marks become uncomfortably sensitive when examined magically. Madame Pomfrey suggested minimal exposure to external magic while they stabilize." "Did she indeed?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "I wasn't aware you'd consulted her." "Just briefly," Harry interjected smoothly, following Hermione's lead. "After it first happened on the train. She recommended giving the bond time to settle naturally." Sound advice, Dumbledore conceded, though his expression suggested mild disappointment. The wisdom of allowing magical phenomena to establish their natural parameters is often overlooked in our eagerness to understand. He rose, moving to a bookshelf where he selected an ancient leather-bound volume. "I've been researching similar historical occurrences. Most fascinating was the case of Aldrich Pendragon and Elora Ravenclaw in the 14th century, distant ancestors of yours, Miss Granger." Hermione maintained a carefully neutral expression despite her surprise. They hadn't encountered this particular connection in their research. "Their bond manifested similarly to yours," Dumbledore continued, "spontaneous and powerful. However, without proper guidance, it eventually became problematic. Too much magical resonance between them led to unfortunate consequences." "What kind of consequences, sir?" Harry asked, alert to the implied threat beneath Dumbledore's scholarly tone. "Magical instability," Dumbledore said gravely, returning to his desk. "Their cores became so intertwined that they couldn't function independently. When separated during a conflict, both suffered catastrophic magical collapse." He closed the book with deliberate care. A tragic cautionary tale about bonds that develop without appropriate tempering. The message was clear: Dumbledore was suggesting their bond posed a danger to them without his intervention. "That's concerning," Hermione acknowledged, pretending to consider this new information. "Though from what we've read, bond stability relates more to compatibility and intention than external management." Dumbledore smiled indulgently. "Theoretical works often emphasize the more romantic aspects of magical connections. Practical experience suggests otherwise." He reached into his desk drawer. "Which brings me to my proposal." He withdrew a small crystal vial containing swirling purple liquid, almost exactly matching the color of their bond as they'd seen it manifest. This potion, developed by Professor Snape and myself, could help stabilize your connection, Dumbledore explained. Not to diminish it, merely to establish healthy boundaries between your individual magics while preserving the beneficial aspects of your bond. Harry felt Hermione's alarm mirror his own. The potion's color was too perfect a match to their bond signature to be coincidental. "That's very thoughtful, Professor," Harry said cautiously, "but we're not experiencing any instability." "Not yet," Dumbledore corrected gently. "But soul bonds evolve rapidly in their early stages. Prevention is wiser than remediation." He pushed the vial toward them. A few drops each, once weekly, would establish appropriate parameters. Through their connection, they reached instant agreement on how to respond. Hermione adopted her most academically interested expression. "The formula sounds fascinating, Professor. Could we review the theoretical framework behind it? Perhaps the brewing methodology? I'd be particularly interested in understanding the magical theory regarding bond stabilization." It was a perfect deflection, reasonable, studious, and completely in character for Hermione Granger. Dumbledore hesitated, clearly caught off guard by the request. "The formulation is quite complex, involving proprietary elements." "Of course," Hermione nodded understandingly. "Perhaps Professor Snape could walk us through the theoretical underpinnings. Given my family's connection to potion innovation, I'm particularly interested in the intersection of soul magic and brewing techniques." Invoking her Dagworth Granger heritage was a calculated move, reminding Dumbledore of her newly acknowledged expertise in the field. "A reasonable request," Dumbledore acknowledged after a moment, tucking the vial away. "I'll arrange a consultation with Professor Snape upon his return." His tone remained pleasant, but a new wariness had entered his gaze. "In the meantime, I'd recommend limiting intensive magical practice while your bond stabilizes naturally." "We'll be careful, sir," Harry promised, knowing they had no intention of following this advice. Dumbledore studied them for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "I wonder," he mused, "if either of you have experienced unusual dreams since your bond formed. Perhaps regarding lost artifacts or hidden locations within Hogwarts." The question was too specific to be coincidental. Through their connection, alarm bells rang. Dumbledore clearly suspected something about their knowledge of Ravenclaw's diadem. "I've had some strange dreams," Harry offered truthfully, "but that's not unusual for me." "Nothing specific about artifacts," Hermione added, the misdirection technically accurate. Her dreams had featured the diadem before they knew precisely what it was. Dumbledore nodded slowly. "If that changes, I hope you'll confide in me. Magical bonds can sometimes access ancestral memories or connections to significant objects. Such insights could be valuable to our broader understanding of Hogwarts mysteries." The implication hung in the air. Dumbledore was fishing for information about the diadem, perhaps aware of its significance beyond what they'd revealed. "Of course, Professor," Harry assured him. Sensing the meeting's productive phase had ended, Dumbledore shifted to more general topics: their classes, the upcoming Quidditch season, harmless matters that required no strategic responses. Finally, he glanced at an ornate clock on his desk. "I've kept you long enough. I'm sure you're eager to settle in after your Gringotts excursion." His smile returned to its usual benevolent width. "We'll speak again soon about Professor Snape's potion. Until then, do be mindful of unusual magical manifestations." As they rose to leave, Dumbledore added casually, "Oh, and Harry, our private lessons will continue as planned. Tuesday evening, 8 o'clock. Miss Granger is welcome to join us, given your current connection." This unexpected invitation caught them off guard. Harry recovered first. "Thank you, sir. That's generous." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. "Knowledge shared is knowledge enhanced, after all. Good evening to you both." As they descended the spiral staircase, neither spoke until they were well away from the headmaster's office. Finding an empty classroom, Harry quickly cast privacy charms while Hermione checked for portraits or other potential surveillance. "He knows about the diadem," Hermione whispered once they were secure. That question about dreams and artifacts was too specific. And that potion, Harry added grimly. It matched our bond color exactly. He's definitely trying to interfere with our connection. Hermione nodded, her analytical mind racing. But why invite me to your private lessons? If he doesn't trust us. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, Harry suggested. Or maybe he's hoping to control what information we receive. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. The question is, how much does he really know about the Horcruxes? He must know something, Hermione reasoned. You said he's been showing you memories about Voldemort's past. Maybe he's discovered the same thing Rowena predicted, that Voldemort created Horcruxes from the Founder's artifacts. But he hasn't told me that explicitly, Harry pointed out. Why keep it secret if he knows? Hermione paced the small classroom, her mind connecting disparate pieces of information. Control, she concluded, stopping suddenly. If he's the only one who understands what Voldemort did and how to stop him. Then I remain dependent on him, Harry finished, understanding dawning. He parcels out just enough information to point me in the direction he wants, but never enough for me to act independently. They were quiet for a moment, absorbing the implications of Dumbledore's possible long-term strategy. We need to find that diadem tonight, Hermione decided. Before Dumbledore realizes we know where it is. Harry agreed. And we should review everything in Ravenclaw's grimoire about Horcruxes and how to destroy them. If Dumbledore's keeping that information from us, there must be a reason. Let's meet Ron for dinner first, Hermione suggested. Maintain normal appearances. Then we can use the prefect's bathroom as he suggested, somewhere private to review what we learned at Gringotts before going to the room of requirement. They made their way to the Great Hall, their bond humming with shared purpose and determination. As they entered, they noticed increased attention from the student body. News of Hermione's heritage claim must have already begun circulating through family connections. Ron waved them over to the Gryffindor table, his plate already piled high with food. There you are. How'd it go with the goblins? And Dumbledore? They settled beside him, keeping their voices low as they shared carefully edited versions of both encounters. Ron listened with growing concern, particularly about Dumbledore's mysterious potion. Bloody hell, he muttered. You think he was trying to mess with your bond? We're almost certain of it, Hermione confirmed. The question is why. Control, like you said, Ron suggested, showing surprising insight. Dumbledore's always 3 moves ahead in a game only he knows all the rules to. He speared a potato thoughtfully. Dad says even in the Order, Dumbledore keeps information compartmentalized, nobody gets the full picture except him. Your father's very perceptive, Hermione said, impressed by this assessment. Strategic thinking runs in the family, Ron shrugged, though his ears reddened slightly at the compliment. So what's the plan? They explained their intention to search the room of requirement for Ravenclaw's diadem that night, without specifying its connection to Horcruxes. Even with Ron, certain information seemed too dangerous to share widely. Need backup? Ron offered immediately. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, their bond conveying mutual consideration. Having Ron with them could be helpful, especially if they encountered trouble, but it might also expose him to the dark magic of a Horcrux. Maybe not inside the room itself, Harry decided. But having you keep watch outside would be brilliant. Ron nodded, accepting this compromise. I'll bring the Marauder's map, can track if Filch or teachers are heading your way. As they finished dinner, Hermione noticed Draco Malfoy watching them from the Slytherin table. He looked even more haggard than before, barely touching his food. When he caught her eye, he gave an almost imperceptible nod before quickly looking away. Malfoy's still acting strange, she murmured to Harry. Something's definitely going on with him, Harry agreed. But one crisis at a time. Let's focus on the diadem tonight. After dinner, they separated temporarily, Ron to retrieve the Marauder's map from the dormitory, while Harry and Hermione headed to the prefect's bathroom to review their Gringotts discoveries in private. The spacious bathroom with its swimming pool-sized tub provided perfect seclusion. Harry secured the door with several locking charms while Hermione cast additional privacy spells, including muffling enchantments on the stained-glass mermaid who tended to eavesdrop on conversations. We should have about an hour before meeting Ron, Hermione calculated, settling on a marble bench and withdrawing Rowena's grimoire from her beaded bag. Let's focus on what the grimoire says about Horcruxes and how to destroy them. Harry nodded, sitting beside her as she opened the ancient tome. The pages seemed to respond to her touch, turning to precisely the section they needed. Here, Hermione indicated, finding a chapter titled Soul Violations and Remedies, in Rowena's elegant script. Ravenclaw didn't create Horcruxes, obviously, but she studied the theory to develop countermeasures. They read together, the grimoire describing in clinical detail the process and consequences of splitting one's soul through murder and dark rituals. The text confirmed what they'd begun to suspect, that Voldemort had created multiple Horcruxes, an unprecedented act of magical violation. The fragmentation of soul beyond a single division represents magical instability of the highest order, Hermione read aloud. Each separation diminishes the central essence, eventually rendering the practitioner less than human in both magical signature and cognitive function. That explains a lot about Voldemort, Harry observed grimly. They continued reading, finding Ravenclaw's analysis of potential methods to destroy such abominations. Soul vessels resist ordinary magical destruction, Hermione translated from a particularly dense passage. Only magic of equal potency can overcome the preservative enchantments. Basilisk venom, being imbued with primal death magic, dissolves the container while attacking the soul fragment directly. Fiend fire, while effective, presents control challenges that often result in unintended collateral destruction. Basilisk venom, Harry repeated thoughtfully. That's how I destroyed Riddle's diary in the Chamber of Secrets. It must have been a Horcrux too. Hermione looked up in shock. Of course. The diary that possessed Ginny, it contained a piece of Voldemort's soul. She quickly scanned further down the page. A soul-bound pair working in magical synchrony may generate sufficient power to neutralize a Horcrux without external destructive agents, though the methodology requires precise magical control and shared intent. Are you saying we might be able to destroy a Horcrux with just our combined magic? Harry asked, excitement building. Possibly, Hermione confirmed, reading further. Ravenclaw theorized that soul bonds create a magical resonance that's fundamentally opposed to the disharmony of a fractured soul. Our united magic could essentially overwrite the corrupted enchantments. She turned to another section, finding detailed instructions for a ritual that would allow bonded pairs to channel their combined magic for precisely this purpose. It's complex, she admitted after studying the procedure. And potentially draining. But it seems safer than trying to find basilisk venom or control fiend fire. They spent the next half hour memorizing the key elements of the ritual, knowing they might need this knowledge once they located the diadem. As they worked, their bond hummed with increasing synchronicity, magical awareness flowing between them more smoothly than ever before. It's getting stronger, Harry observed, feeling the heightened connection. Ever since Gringotts, our bond seems more settled somehow. The grimoire mentioned that claiming one's magical inheritance can stabilize ancestral magic, Hermione explained. My connection to the Ravenclaw line is more firmly established now, which probably affects our bond too. She closed the book carefully, returning it to her beaded bag. We should go meet Ron. Are you ready to search for the diadem? Harry nodded, determination flowing through their bond. Let's end one of Voldemort's Horcruxes tonight. They made their way cautiously to the 7th floor, finding Ron already waiting near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, Marauder's map open in his hands. Coast is clear, he reported quietly. Filch is in the dungeons, and most teachers are in their offices. He pointed to the map. Though Snape's still not back in the castle, which is weird. Probably reporting to Voldemort about my heritage claim, Hermione surmised. all the more reason to move quickly. Harry paced 3 times before the blank wall, concentrating intently. We need the place where everything is hidden, we need the place where everything is hidden. A door materialized, smaller and more weathered than the one that had appeared for their DA meetings. It creaked open to reveal glimpses of towering piles of discarded objects stretching into the distance. That's a lot of hidden stuff, Ron observed, peering inside. Remember the plan, Harry said. We'll search for the diadem. You keep watch out here with the map. Ron nodded, though he looked slightly disappointed to miss the adventure. If anyone comes, I'll knock 3 times and then 2. If you're not out in 30 seconds, I'll create a diversion. Perfect, Hermione approved. We shouldn't be more than an hour. With a final nod to Ron, they entered the room of hidden things, closing the door behind them. The vast space stretched before them like a cathedral to lost and forgotten items, towering piles of furniture, books, clothing, and magical artifacts accumulated over centuries of Hogwarts students and staff hiding their possessions. This could take days, Harry groaned, surveying the chaotic expanse. Hermione touched her ring thoughtfully. Maybe not. If the diadem has a connection to Ravenclaw's bloodline. She closed her eyes, concentrating on her heritage and the descriptions of the diadem they'd read. I might be able to sense it. Harry watched as she extended her ringed hand, the sapphire beginning to glow softly. Through their bond, he felt her consciousness expand outward, seeking magical resonance with her ancestors' creation. After a moment, her eyes snapped open. I feel something. This way. She led them through narrow pathways between teetering piles of discarded items, following an intuition that grew stronger as they proceeded deeper into the room. The air felt increasingly heavy, a subtle magical pressure that made the hairs on their arms stand up. It's tainted, Hermione whispered, her face troubled. I can feel Ravenclaw's magic, but it's corrupted. Twisted with something else. They turned a final corner and found themselves before a tarnished cabinet. Atop it sat a mannequin head wearing what appeared to be an old-fashioned wig. And perched upon the wig, glinting dully in the room's muted light, was a delicate tiara. That's it, Hermione breathed, recognizing the diadem from Rowena's descriptions. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Harry felt it immediately, the same dark, oily presence he'd sensed from Tom Riddle's diary. Definitely a Horcrux, he confirmed grimly. I can feel Voldemort's magic on it. They approached cautiously, remembering the grimoire's warnings about Horcrux's ability to influence those nearby. The diadem seemed to pulse with malevolent awareness, as though sensing their presence. We shouldn't touch it directly, Hermione warned, withdrawing a silk handkerchief from her pocket. Ravenclaw's grimoire mentioned that physical contact increases a Horcrux's influence. Carefully, she used the handkerchief to lift the diadem from its perch. Even through the fabric, she felt a cold, slithering sensation against her magic, Voldemort's corrupted soul fragment reacting to Ravenclaw's blood flowing through her veins. It knows who I am, she said, her voice tight. It's angry. Harry moved closer, supporting her through their bond. Let's get it somewhere more open. We'll need space for the ritual. They found a relatively clear area where several broken desks created a natural circle. Hermione placed the wrapped diadem carefully in the center, then withdrew a piece of chalk from her bag. We need to create a containment circle, she explained, beginning to draw runes on the stone floor. The ritual generates significant magical energy, this will help focus and direct it. Harry assisted, copying symbols from the opposite side to complete the circle. As they worked, their bond hummed with increasing intensity, their magics already beginning to align for the task ahead. When the chalk circle was complete, they positioned themselves on opposite sides of the diadem. Through their bond, Hermione shared the ritual procedure they'd studied from Ravenclaw's grimoire, a complex channeling of their united magic designed to overwhelm the Horcrux's dark enchantments. Ready? She asked, extending her hands toward Harry. He nodded, taking her hands to complete the circuit. Immediately, their bond flared to life, gold-and-silver light emanating from their joined grip and spiraling around them in elegant patterns. "Focus on our connection," Hermione instructed, closing her eyes. "Visualize our magic as pure light, cleansing corruption." Together, they began the ritual chant Ravenclaw had recorded, ancient words in a language older than Latin, predating even Hogwarts' founding. The chalk runes illuminated in response, containing and amplifying the power building between them. Through their bond, their magical cores synchronized perfectly, creating resonance that grew with each repeated phrase. Harry felt Hermione's precision guiding his raw power, while his magical strength bolstered her technical expertise. Together, they achieved a balance neither could have managed alone. The diadem began to vibrate within its silk wrapping, the Horcrux responding to their magical assault. A high, cold whisper emerged from it, speaking words designed to undermine their confidence and break their concentration. "You cannot destroy me," it hissed in Voldemort's unmistakable voice. "I see your fears, your doubts. Harry Potter, the boy who lived only to die at the appointed time. Hermione Granger, never truly belonging anywhere." "Ignore it," Harry said firmly, strengthening their connection. "It's desperate." Their chant continued, the gold-and-silver light growing more intense as it spiraled toward the diadem. The Horcrux's whispers became more frantic, more personal, attacking their deepest insecurities and hidden fears. But through their bond, they sheltered each other, creating mutual protection against the psychological assault. As the ritual reached its climax, the magical energy they generated compressed into a brilliant spear of light that struck the diadem directly. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen, then a terrible scream erupted from within, a sound of rage and agony combined. The diadem shuddered violently, black ichor oozing from beneath the silk wrapping. The scream intensified, becoming almost unbearable before suddenly cutting off. A shockwave of dark energy exploded outward, contained and neutralized by their ritual circle. Then silence. Breathless and drained, they maintained their connection for several more seconds, ensuring the destruction was complete. When they finally released hands, the chalk circle had burned itself into the stone floor, its purpose fulfilled. "Did we do it?" Harry asked, his voice hoarse from the ritual chanting. Hermione cautiously approached the wrapped object, using her wand to pull back the silk. The diadem lay still, its previous aura of malevolence completely absent. Where before it had radiated corrupt magic, now it simply existed, a beautiful but ordinary tiara. "It worked," she confirmed in wonder. "The Horcrux is destroyed, but the diadem itself remains intact." She touched it gingerly, feeling nothing but cool metal. "It's just a tiara now, the enchantments are gone, both Ravenclaw's wisdom enhancement and Voldemort's soul fragment." Harry joined her, examining the now harmless artifact. "One down," he said grimly. "But how many more did he make?" Ravenclaw's letter mentioned Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket specifically, Hermione recalled. "Plus the diary you already destroyed. That's 4, counting the diadem. Could there be others?" Harry wondered. "Something of Gryffindor's perhaps?" "The sword is the only known Gryffindor relic," Hermione said thoughtfully. "And it's been in Dumbledore's possession for years. He would have noticed if it were a Horcrux." They carefully wrapped the cleansed diadem in the silk again, Hermione placing it in her beaded bag. "We should keep it safe," she decided. "Even without its magical properties, it's an important historical artifact that belongs to my family line." As they prepared to leave, a sudden commotion outside caught their attention, Ron's warning signal of 3 knocks followed by 2, then what sounded like raised voices. "Something's wrong," Harry said, drawing his wand as they rushed toward the exit. They opened the door cautiously to find Ron arguing with Professor Snape, whose sallow face was twisted in suspicion. "Merely exploring the castle, Professor," Ron was saying defensively. "Last I checked, that's not against rules before curfew. Your presence alone outside this particular room, Weasley, strains credibility," Snape sneered. His eyes narrowed as he spotted Harry and Hermione emerging. "Ah. As expected. Potter and Granger. Or should I say Dagworth Granger now? His tone made the noble name sound like an insult. Hermione straightened, drawing confidence from her heritage and their recent success. Professor Snape, she acknowledged coolly. I wasn't aware you'd returned to the castle. Something flickered in Snape's dark eyes, surprise at her composure, perhaps. The headmaster requires my presence, he said after a moment. As do you three, apparently. He wishes to see Potter and Dagworth Granger immediately. Weasley, return to your dormitory. Why does Professor Dumbledore want to see us now? Harry asked, suspicion evident. We just met with him a few hours ago. Snape's lip curled unpleasantly. The headmaster does not share his reasoning with me, Potter. He merely instructed me to locate you both when I returned. His gaze drifted to the room of requirement's door, which was already fading back into the wall. Though I'm certain he'll be interested to learn what you were seeking inside the come-and-go room. Through their bond, Harry and Hermione reached quick agreement, denying their actions would only increase suspicion. Better to control the narrative. We were researching soul bonds, Professor, Hermione stated confidently. The room provided a private space with relevant texts unavailable in the main library. Did it indeed? Snape's tone dripped skepticism. And did these texts yield useful information about your unusual connection? Some, Harry replied vaguely. We're still learning. Snape studied them for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Follow me, he finally ordered. The headmaster awaits. To Ron, he added, Weasley, if you're not in Gryffindor Tower in 10 minutes, it will be detention for a week. Ron shot them a concerned look before departing reluctantly. As they followed Snape through the corridors, Harry and Hermione communicated silently through their bond, preparing for whatever confrontation awaited them. Dumbledore must have sensed the Horcrux's destruction, Hermione theorized. The magical discharge would have been significant. We need to be careful what we reveal, Harry agreed. If he doesn't know we know about Horcruxes. We'll say we found an object with dark magic and neutralized it using our bond, Hermione suggested. Not technically a lie. When they reached the headmaster's office, they found Dumbledore standing by the window, gazing out at the night sky. He turned as they entered, his expression grave. Ah, Severus, you found them. Thank you. His tone was pleasant but his eyes lacked their usual twinkle. Harry, Miss Granger, please sit down. As Snape moved to leave, Dumbledore stopped him. Stay, Severus. Your expertise may be required. The potions master's face revealed nothing as he took a position by the door, arms folded across his chest. Dumbledore returned to his desk, studying them intently before speaking. Approximately 20 minutes ago, the wards around Hogwarts detected an unusual surge of magic from the 7th floor, he began without preamble. Most curious was the nature of this magic, a combination of ancient ritual energy, soul magic, and something distinctly destructive. His blue eyes fixed on them with uncomfortable intensity. Would either of you care to explain? They exchanged glances, maintaining their mental shields as they practiced. Harry spoke first, offering their prearranged explanation. We found an artifact, Professor. Something with dark magic. We could sense it was dangerous, so we used our bond to neutralize it. An artifact, Dumbledore repeated slowly. And what, precisely, was this artifact? Hermione answered carefully. A tiara, sir. It seemed very old. When I touched it, I could feel it was connected to Ravenclaw somehow, but corrupted with dark magic. Ravenclaw's diadem, Dumbledore breathed, genuine surprise crossing his features. You found it? After centuries lost? His gaze sharpened. And you, neutralized it, you say? Our bond created a kind of cleansing energy, Harry explained, deliberately vague. The dark magic is gone now. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a significant look that confirmed their suspicions, both wizards knew more about Horcruxes than they'd revealed. "Where is this diadem now?" Dumbledore asked, his casual tone belied by the tension in his shoulders. "I have it," Hermione stated firmly. "As Ravenclaw's heir, it belongs to my family line." Something flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, frustration, perhaps, or calculation. "Of course," he conceded after a moment. "Though I would be most interested in examining it, purely from a historical perspective." "Once we've studied it ourselves," Hermione countered politely but firmly. Dumbledore leaned back, steepling his fingers. "I must confess my concern about the magic you employed. Soul-based rituals can be extraordinarily dangerous, particularly for those without extensive training." His expression grew serious. "What guidance did you follow for this cleansing?" They hesitated, uncertain how much to reveal about Ravenclaw's grimoire. Before they could answer, Snape spoke for the first time since the questioning began. "Perhaps, Headmaster, they had access to Ravenclaw's personal writings," he suggested silkily. "Gringotts vaults often contain family grimoires passed through bloodlines." Dumbledore's eyes widened fractionally. This possibility apparently hadn't occurred to him. "Indeed? Miss Granger, did you discover such texts during your visit to Gringotts today?" Caught by Snape's unexpected insight, Hermione opted for a partial truth. "There were family journals, yes. Including some notes on how soul bonds can counteract certain dark enchantments." "Most convenient," Dumbledore murmured, his tone unreadable. "And concerning that such powerful magic was attempted without consulting more experienced practitioners." He sighed heavily. "I fear you don't fully appreciate the risks involved in what you've done tonight." "With respect, Professor," Harry interjected, "we were careful. We researched thoroughly before attempting anything." "Research is not experience, Harry," Dumbledore chided gently. "Dark artifacts can have unexpected protections, particularly those connected to Voldemort." The deliberate mention caught them off guard. Dumbledore was testing them, seeing if they'd acknowledge the Horcrux connection. "We didn't say anything about Voldemort, sir," Harry pointed out carefully. Dumbledore smiled sadly. "You didn't need to." The combination of Ravenclaw's lost diadem suddenly emerging, corrupted by particularly malevolent dark magic, at this specific time, the connection is rather obvious to those familiar with Tom Riddle's obsessions. The headmaster rose, moving to one of his silver instruments, a delicate device that emitted puffs of green smoke. "This detector has been monitoring magical disturbances connected to Voldemort for many years. Tonight, it registered what could only be described as a diminishment." He was openly acknowledging the Horcrux now, perhaps realizing they knew more than they'd initially revealed. Hermione decided to test the waters. "You mean it sensed the destruction of a soul fragment," she stated directly. A heavy silence followed her words. Snape's face remained impassive, but a muscle twitched in his jaw. Dumbledore regarded them both with new calculation. "You understand, then, what you encountered," he said finally. "And what Voldemort created. May I ask how you came to this knowledge?" "Ravenclaw's writings," Harry answered truthfully. "She studied soul magic extensively, including its darkest applications." Dumbledore returned to his desk, seeming to reassess his approach. "I had planned to introduce this concept to Harry gradually, through our private lessons," he admitted. "The burden of such knowledge is considerable." "With respect, Professor," Hermione said firmly, "we've handled the burden quite effectively. We identified a Horcrux, developed a safe method to destroy it, and executed that plan successfully." "One Horcrux," Dumbledore emphasized. "Voldemort created multiple safeguards for his immortality." "We're aware," Harry confirmed. "The diary I destroyed in second year was another. And we know about Hufflepuff's cup and Slytherin's locket." Genuine shock registered on Dumbledore's face before he could mask it. Clearly, he hadn't expected them to have pieced together this much information independently. "You've been thorough in your research," he acknowledged, recalibrating his approach once more. Though finding these remaining objects will be extraordinarily difficult. I myself have spent years tracking potential Horcruxes with limited success. Perhaps a combined approach would be more effective, Hermione suggested diplomatically. Your experience and our unique capabilities. Dumbledore considered this, visibly weighing options. A reasonable proposal, he conceded finally. Though I maintain concerns about your unorthodox methods. The magic you employed tonight was ancient and potentially volatile. But effective, Harry pointed out. Our bond allowed us to destroy the Horcrux without damaging the diadem itself. No basilisk venom or fiendfire required. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You're familiar with conventional methods of destruction as well. Impressive. He glanced at Snape, who remained silent but watchful. Perhaps there is merit in combining our knowledge. He seemed to come to a decision. Very well. We shall work together on this matter. Beginning with our scheduled lesson on Tuesday, I will share what I've learned about Voldemort's Horcruxes. In exchange, I would appreciate your insights on the soul bond destruction method you employed. It was a reasonable compromise, though they remained wary of Dumbledore's ultimate intentions. Through their bond, they reached agreement to proceed cautiously. That sounds fair, Professor, Harry agreed. Excellent. Dumbledore's tone lightened slightly. In the meantime, I suggest you both rest. Soul magic is particularly draining, and you've accomplished something significant tonight. As they rose to leave, Dumbledore added, "Oh, and I would still recommend considering the stabilizing potion I offered earlier. Your bond may have served you well tonight, but continued evolution without guidance carries its own risks." "We'll consider it," Hermione replied noncommittally. Snape opened the door for them, his expression still unreadable. As they passed, however, he murmured something so quietly only they could hear, a clemency. "Every night. Both of you." The cryptic warning followed them down the spiral staircase, leaving them to wonder about Snape's true allegiances and knowledge. Was he warning them to shield their minds against Dumbledore, Voldemort, or both? It was well past curfew now, the corridors deserted as they made their way back toward Gryffindor Tower. They walked in silence, processing the implications of their confrontation with Dumbledore. "He knew about the Horcruxes all along," Harry said finally, keeping his voice low. "Probably suspected the diadem was one. But he didn't tell me during our previous lessons." "He's been parceling out information," Hermione agreed. "Controlling what you know and when you know it. The question is why." Harry's frustration bubbled through their bond. "If defeating Voldemort is the goal, wouldn't it be better to tell me everything?" "Unless defeating Voldemort isn't the only goal," Hermione suggested quietly. "Or not in the way we imagine." The implications of that statement hung between them, too disturbing to fully articulate. Before they could discuss further, a silvery cat Patronus appeared before them, Professor McGonagall's. "Come to my office immediately," it said in her crisp Scottish accent. "Use caution and stealth." The Patronus dissolved, leaving them concerned but determined. They changed course, taking hidden passages to avoid potential encounters with other staff or Filch. McGonagall was waiting when they arrived, her expression grave as she activated her usual privacy charms. "You destroyed it," she stated without preamble. "Ravenclaw's diadem. I felt the magical discharge, anyone with sensitivity to ancient magic would have." "Yes," Harry confirmed, seeing no point in denial. "It was a Horcrux, as we suspected." McGonagall closed her eyes briefly, a mixture of relief and concern crossing her features. "And Albus knows what you've done. He summoned us to his office immediately afterward," Hermione explained. "We told him most of the truth, that we found the diadem and destroyed the dark magic corrupting it using our bond." "And his reaction?" McGonagall prompted. "Initially surprised," Harry reported. "Then calculating. He knows we understand about Horcruxes now, so he's adjusted his approach, offering to share information in exchange for details about our destruction method." McGonagall nodded slowly, processing this. Albus adapts quickly. If he cannot maintain complete control of information, he will seek partnership that still serves his broader strategy. Do you know what that strategy is? Hermione asked directly. A troubled expression crossed McGonagall's face. Not entirely. Albus keeps his ultimate plans closely guarded, sharing only what's necessary for each person's role. She hesitated, then continued reluctantly. But I have suspicions. Particularly regarding Harry. What kind of suspicions? Harry pressed. McGonagall seemed to struggle internally before answering. The night your parents died, when Albus left you with those muggles, he made statements that have troubled me increasingly over the years. About your connection to the Dark Lord being deeper than anyone realized. About sacrifices for the greater good. A chill ran through both of them. Through their bond, Hermione felt Harry's growing dread matching her own. You think he's been preparing me for some kind of sacrifice, Harry said flatly. Since the beginning. McGonagall didn't deny it. I don't know his exact intentions, she said carefully. But Albus has always taken the long view, planning years ahead, moving people like chess pieces toward an endgame only he fully envisions. The prophecy, Hermione realized suddenly. The original one about Harry and Voldemort. Neither can live while the other survives. Dumbledore must have interpreted that in a specific way. A way that required Harry to be raised without knowledge of his heritage, kept in the dark about his connection to Voldemort, and tested repeatedly through controlled encounters over the years, McGonagall confirmed grimly. Building toward something. Something he still hasn't told me, Harry finished. Even now, he's only offering information because we discovered it independently. The implications were staggering, years of manipulation, carefully orchestrated challenges, all potentially leading toward some final confrontation where Harry's role might be far darker than merely defeating Voldemort in conventional combat. Your soul bond complicates his plans, McGonagall observed. It represents a variable he didn't anticipate, power and knowledge outside his direct influence. Which is why he tried to give us that potion, Hermione concluded. To regain control over the situation. McGonagall's eyebrows rose sharply. What potion? They explained about Dumbledore's offer of a stabilizing solution for their bond, matching the exact color of their magical connection. Under no circumstances should you consume anything he offers, McGonagall said firmly, alarm evident in her voice. Soul bond tampering is dangerous and potentially irreversible. At best, it would diminish your connection, at worst. She didn't finish the thought. What should we do now? Harry asked. He's expecting us to share information about destroying Horcruxes at our next meeting. Proceed carefully, McGonagall advised. Share what serves your interests while protecting your most significant capabilities. Information is currency, spend it wisely. She checked the time with a quick spell. You should return to your dormitory. The curfew patrols will be especially vigilant tonight after the magical disturbance. As they prepared to leave, McGonagall added, one more thing. The destruction of a Horcrux will not go unnoticed by its creator. You know who may not understand exactly what happened, but he will have felt the loss. Be prepared for reactions. This sobering warning accompanied them as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower under Harry's invisibility cloak, which he'd taken to carrying in his pocket since their bond formed. The common room was nearly empty when they arrived, just a few seventh years completing late-night assignments. Ron had apparently waited as long as he could before going to bed, leaving a scribbled note, everything okay? Tell me tomorrow. Despite the late hour, neither felt ready for sleep. The strain of separation was becoming more difficult each night, and after the magical exertion of destroying the Horcrux, their bond seemed to crave closer proximity to stabilize. We should try the room of requirement, Hermione suggested quietly. Like we discussed earlier, somewhere we can rest near each other without technically breaking dormitory rules. Harry nodded in agreement. Let me grab the Marauder's map from my trunk first. We'll need to be careful not to get caught out after curfew again. A few minutes later, they were once more under the invisibility cloak, navigating deserted corridors with the aid of the map. They reached the 7th floor without incident, quickly summoning the room of requirement with a specific need in mind. The door that appeared was smaller than previous manifestations, more discreet. Inside, they found a cozy space resembling a private study, comfortable armchairs and a small sofa arranged before a cheerful fire, bookshelves lining the walls, and a large window charmed to show the night sky despite their interior location. Most importantly, the room had provided 2 comfortable daybeds positioned close enough to ease their bond's pull without being inappropriately intimate. Perfect, Hermione sighed, the tension in her shoulders easing as she settled onto one of the daybeds. I've been so tired lately from fighting the bond separation anxiety every night. Me too, Harry admitted, taking the other daybed. Even this close proximity, just a few feet apart, immediately soothed the constant strain they'd been experiencing. Do you think Dumbledore knows how difficult the separation has been? Probably, Hermione said, removing her shoes and stretching out comfortably. It might be part of his strategy. Keeping us physically and magically drained makes us easier to manage. Not anymore, Harry said with determination. We'll use this room whenever we need to. And we'll keep strengthening our bond, regardless of his concerns. Through their connection, they shared mutual resolve and growing confidence in their path forward. The destruction of the Horcrux had proven what they could accomplish together, reinforcing the rightness of their magical union despite external pressures. As they relaxed in comfortable silence, Hermione's thoughts returned to the day's revelations. We should view my parents' memories soon, she suggested. The ones from Ravenclaw's vault. They might contain additional information about the prophecy or their reasons for hiding me. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. We can use McGonagall's pensieve again if she'll allow it. Hermione nodded, then asked the question that had been building since their confrontation with Dumbledore. Harry, what do you think McGonagall meant about Dumbledore preparing you for some kind of sacrifice? His expression darkened. I've been wondering that myself. There's always been something off about how Dumbledore handles my encounters with Voldemort. He provides just enough help to keep me alive, but always ensures I face the final confrontation alone. As though testing your capabilities, Hermione observed. Or preparing you for something specific. The prophecy says neither of us can live while the other survives, Harry said quietly. Maybe Dumbledore has taken that literally. The implication hung between them, too terrible to articulate fully. If Dumbledore believed Harry had to die to defeat Voldemort. No, Hermione said firmly, reaching across the space between them to grasp his hand. Whatever Dumbledore believes about that prophecy, he doesn't have all the information we do now. The soul bond, Ravenclaw's knowledge, these change everything. Their joined hands glowed softly with their bond's light, illuminating their determination to forge their own path forward, regardless of plans others had made for them. You're right, Harry agreed, drawing strength from their connection. Dumbledore's been working with limited information all along, just what he could piece together from fragments of prophecy and magical theory. We have direct access to Ravenclaw's research and our own unique magic. They maintained their connection for several more minutes, their bond humming contentedly at the contact. Eventually, physical exhaustion began to overtake them both, the day's magical exertions demanding rest. We should sleep, Hermione suggested reluctantly. Tomorrow will be another challenging day. They separated to their respective daybeds, but maintained light mental contact through their bond, not invasive, just reassuring awareness of each other's presence. It was the first night since their connection formed that both slept deeply and without strain, their magical cores replenishing in close proximity. Dawn light filtered through the enchanted window, waking them gradually. Harry stirred first, momentarily disoriented before remembering their location. Through their bond, he sensed Hermione's peaceful slumber and took care not to disturb her as he sat up. The room had adjusted slightly overnight, providing a small bathroom alcove and a table set with breakfast basics, toast, fruit, and tea kept warm by subtle charms. Harry marveled at Hogwarts magic, wondering if the castle itself was supporting their bond somehow. Hermione woke minutes later, looking more rested than she had in days. "What time is it?" she asked, stretching contentedly. "Just past 7, Harry reported, checking his watch. "Plenty of time before classes. How did you sleep?" "Better than I have since the bond formed," she admitted, joining him at the breakfast table. "No strain, no weird dreams about being pulled apart." She poured tea for them both. "We should definitely use this room regularly." They discussed plans for the day as they ate, deciding to attend morning classes as normal to avoid drawing attention. During lunch, they would approach McGonagall about using her pensieve again to view Eleanor and Edward Dagworth Granger's memories. "We should also make time to practice with those bonding rings from your family vault," Hermione suggested. "If they really do strengthen our connection, they could be valuable for whatever comes next." Harry nodded in agreement. "And we need to tell Ron what happened last night. He deserves to know after helping us." "Maybe not everything," Hermione cautioned. "The fewer people who know about Horcruxes, the safer everyone is. But we can explain about the diadem and Dumbledore's reaction." As they prepared to leave, returning their temporary sanctuary to its hidden state, Hermione paused by the door. "We should name this room configuration," she suggested. "Something simple we can both visualize when we need it again." "How about Haven?" Harry proposed. "Since that's what it's becoming for us." Hermione smiled, appreciation flowing through their bond. "Perfect." They made their way back to Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak, arriving just as early risers were heading down to breakfast. No one seemed to have noticed their absence, a benefit of Harry's reputation for early morning Quidditch practice and Hermione's for dawn study sessions in the library. Ron was waiting in the common room, concern evident on his freckled face. "There you are. Where have you been?" "After Snape caught us, I was worried Dumbledore might have." "We're fine," Harry assured him quickly. "It's a long story. We'll explain during breakfast." As they walked to the Great Hall, they provided Ron with an edited version of the previous night's events, finding Ravenclaw's diadem, cleansing it of dark magic, and their subsequent confrontation with Dumbledore. "Blimey," Ron breathed when they finished. "So Dumbledore knew all along this stuff was hidden in the castle? And he's been keeping secrets about you-know-who from Harry for years?" "It seems that way," Hermione confirmed quietly as they took their seats at the Gryffindor table. "The question is why?" "Control," Ron suggested immediately, echoing their earlier conclusion. "Can't have the chosen one thinking for himself, can we? Might mess up the grand plan." His bitter tone surprised them both. Through their bond, Harry and Hermione shared a moment of realization. Ron's experiences being overlooked and underestimated had given him particular insight into power dynamics and manipulation. "Exactly," Harry agreed. "But we're changing the equation now. Working together, making our own decisions." Ron nodded approvingly, helping himself to sausages. "So what's next?" "Finding more of these dark objects." "Research first," Hermione said. "We need to understand exactly what we're dealing with and where to look." Their conversation paused as male owls swooped into the hall. A handsome ministry owl landed beside Hermione's plate, delivering an official-looking envelope bearing the seal of the Department of Magical Heritage. "That was fast," she murmured, breaking the seal. "Gringotts only registered my inheritance claim yesterday." The letter was formal but straightforward, official recognition of her status as heir to the houses of Ravenclaw and Dagworth Granger, along with notification that her Wisengamot seat would be activated upon her formal petition. "Congratulations, heir Ravenclaw Dagworth Granger," Harry said with a small smile, reading over her shoulder. "You're officially part of wizarding nobility now." Hermione rolled her eyes, though her amusement flowed through their bond. "Hardly the most important thing happening right now." Before she could say more, another owl arrived, this one bearing a copy of the Daily Prophet. The headline made all three of them freeze: "Lost Ravenclaw heir emerges at Hogwarts, Muggle-born, which revealed as Pureblood Heiress to Founders line. The accompanying article detailed Hermione's heritage claim, complete with speculation about political implications and her connection to Harry Potter, described as unusually close even by their previously established friendship standards. How did they get this information so quickly? Hermione wondered, scanning the article with growing concern. Someone at the Ministry must have leaked it, Harry suggested. Or Gringotts, though that seems less likely given Goblin confidentiality standards. As they read further, more troubling aspects emerged. The article mentioned their rumored magical bond, and questioned whether this development would shift allegiances in the growing wizarding conflict. The implication that Hermione's revealed blood status might change her political positions was particularly offensive. As if discovering I have wizard ancestors would suddenly make me support pureblood supremacy, she fumed. The entire premise is ridiculous. It's Rita Skeeter's byline, Ron pointed out grimly. What did you expect? Nuanced journalism? Around the hall, they noticed increased attention from all four house tables, students reading the article and glancing their way with varying expressions of curiosity, envy, and calculation. At the Slytherin table, reactions were particularly interesting. Draco Malfoy appeared to be arguing quietly but intensely with several housemates, his expression strained. When he noticed them watching, he gave an almost imperceptible nod before returning to his breakfast. Malfoy's position just got more complicated, Harry observed quietly. With your heritage public knowledge now, his father's faction will be pressuring him to make overtures. While Voldemort probably wants him to use the connection to get close to us, Hermione added. The staff table revealed equally telling reactions. Dumbledore was conspicuously absent, but Snape watched them with unreadable calculation. Professor Flitwick, as head of Ravenclaw, seemed positively delighted by the news of a founder's heir in the school, while Professor Sprout beamed approvingly in their direction. We should expect increased attention from all quarters, Hermione sighed, folding the newspaper. This complicates things. Or creates opportunities, Harry suggested. Your official status gives us access to resources and information we wouldn't have otherwise. And it might make certain people reconsider their approach to us. Before they could discuss further, Professor McGonagall approached their table, her expression carefully neutral though her eyes conveyed concern. Miss Granger, she said formally. The headmaster requests your presence in his office after your morning classes. Mr. Potter is welcome to accompany you, given your connection. She lowered her voice slightly. I've taken the liberty of arranging the pensieve for your use this afternoon, as previously discussed. Thank you, Professor, Hermione replied with matching formality. We appreciate your assistance. As McGonagall moved away, they exchanged determined looks. Ready for round 2 with Dumbledore? Harry asked through their bond. Hermione's mental response carried firm resolve. Completely. This time, we have the advantage of preparation. They attended their morning classes as planned, finding their magical synchronicity had deepened further after the previous night's Horcrux destruction. In Transfiguration, they discovered they could channel spells through each other, one initiating a transformation that the other completed with perfect timing. McGonagall observed this development with poorly concealed pride, assigning them advanced work that tested these newfound capabilities. In Charms, Professor Flitwick pulled Hermione aside briefly. As head of Ravenclaw House, he squeaked excitedly, I simply must express my delight at discovering Rowena's line continues. The castle itself seems pleased. Have you noticed any unusual responses from Hogwarts magic? This unexpected question gave Hermione pause. The room of requirement does seem particularly accommodating, she acknowledged. Flitwick nodded eagerly. As Founder's heir, your connection to the castle's magic runs deeper than ordinary students. Ravenclaw herself embedded recognition charms throughout Hogwarts that respond to her bloodline. You might discover other manifestations as your heritage magic fully awakens. This information added another dimension to their understanding, not just their bond, but Hermione's direct connection to Hogwarts itself might provide advantages they hadn't yet considered. By lunchtime, word of Hermione's heritage had spread throughout the school, resulting in a bizarre mixture of responses from their classmates. Some pureblood students who had previously looked down on her now made awkward attempts at friendliness, while others watched with open suspicion. A few Ravenclaws approached to express their excitement at having their founder's heir identified, regardless of her Gryffindor sorting. "This is exhausting," Hermione murmured as they hurriedly ate lunch before their scheduled meeting with Dumbledore. "I haven't changed at all, but suddenly everyone sees me differently." "Welcome to my world," Harry said with grim humor. "Being defined by something beyond your control rather than who you actually are." His understanding flowed through their bond, providing comfort few others could offer. They finished eating quickly and made their way to Dumbledore's office, mentally preparing for whatever manipulations awaited. This time, Dumbledore received them with grandfatherly warmth, as though the previous night's tense confrontation had never occurred. He sat behind his desk, a copy of the Daily Prophet prominently displayed. "Ah, Harry, Miss Granger, or perhaps I should say heir Ravenclaw Dagworth Granger now." His eyes twinkled with apparent delight. "Quite the sensation you've caused in Wizarding Britain this morning." "Not by choice, Professor," Hermione replied evenly. "I'd have preferred my heritage remain private knowledge for the time being." "Alas, such significant magical events rarely remain confidential," Dumbledore said sympathetically. "The Ministry's Heritage Department is obligated to record such claims in the public register. Once there, well." He gestured to the newspaper. "Rita Skeeter has always displayed remarkable alacrity in uncovering such developments." "You wanted to see us, Professor?" Harry prompted, keeping them focused on the purpose of this meeting. "Indeed." Dumbledore's expression grew more serious. "Last night's events have necessitated certain adjustments to our approach. Your discovery and destruction of Ravenclaw's diadem, or rather, the dark magic corrupting it, demonstrates capabilities I had not anticipated at this stage." He leaned forward, steepling his fingers. "In light of this, I believe acceleration of certain information sharing is warranted. Our scheduled lesson tomorrow seems unnecessarily delayed." Through their bond, they shared cautious optimism. Dumbledore was moving up his timeline, perhaps recognizing he could no longer control the flow of information as tightly as he'd planned. "I've been researching Tom Riddle's background for many years," Dumbledore began, settling into what they recognized as his teaching mode. "Particularly his obsession with immortality and the methods he might have employed to achieve it. The diary Harry destroyed in his second year confirmed my worst suspicions, that Tom had created Horcruxes." He paused, studying their reactions. Finding only attentive interest rather than shock, he continued. "What remained unclear was the number and nature of these abominations. My investigation suggested Tom had a particular fascination with artifacts of magical significance, especially those connected to Hogwarts founders. Slytherin's locket and Hufflepuff's cup, Harry supplied, demonstrating their existing knowledge." Dumbledore nodded, recalibrating his explanation. "Precisely. Along with Ravenclaw's diadem, which you've now confirmed and cleansed. The diary makes 4 known Horcruxes, though I suspect Tom created more." "How many do you think he made?" Hermione asked directly. 7 would be my estimation," Dumbledore replied after a moment's consideration. "Tom had an obsession with magically powerful numbers, and 7 has particular significance in arithmancy. So 3 more to identify," Harry calculated. "Any ideas what they might be?" "I have theories," Dumbledore acknowledged. "One involves a ring belonging to Tom's maternal family, the Gaunts, descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself. I've been tracking its possible location." He rose, moving to a cabinet where he withdrew a familiar stone basin etched with runes. "I had planned to show you a series of memories regarding Tom's background, building context gradually. However, given your accelerated progress, perhaps we should focus on more immediately relevant information." He placed the pensieve on his desk. "This memory concerns a conversation between Tom Riddle and Professor Slughorn many years ago. It provides insight into Tom's early interest in Horcruxes and potentially confirms the number he aspired to create. As he prepared the memory, Dumbledore asked casually, "I remain most curious about the method you employed to cleanse the diadem. Conventional wisdom suggests Horcruxes require extraordinarily destructive magic to eliminate. Our bond creates a unique magical resonance," Hermione explained carefully. Pure soul magic essentially overwhelms the corrupted soul fragment without damaging the physical container. "Fascinating," Dumbledore murmured. "And the specific methodology? The ritual components?" They exchanged glances, communicating silently through their bond. How much should they reveal about Ravenclaw's grimoire and its detailed instructions? "A combination of ancient Hogwarts magic and the natural properties of our bond," Harry offered, neither confirming nor denying the existence of specific documentation. "It seems to be particularly effective against magical corruption." Dumbledore studied them for a moment, clearly recognizing their deliberate vagueness but choosing not to press further. "Very well. Shall we proceed with the memory?" They spent the next hour viewing and discussing Slughorn's memory of young Tom Riddle inquiring about Horcruxes, confirming Dumbledore's theory that Voldemort had indeed planned 7 soul fragments. The headmaster then shared his research on the possible locations of remaining Horcruxes, focusing particularly on the Gaunt Ring and a mysterious artifact belonging to Helga Hufflepuff. "I had planned an excursion to investigate the Gaunt Shack," Dumbledore informed them. "Perhaps, given your unique capabilities, you might accompany me when arrangements are finalized." This invitation, to actively participate in Horcrux hunting rather than merely receive information, represented a significant shift in Dumbledore's approach. Through their bond, Harry and Hermione recognized it as both opportunity and potential manipulation. "We'd be interested," Harry confirmed cautiously. "Though we'd want to prepare properly." "Of course," Dumbledore agreed readily. "Which brings me to another matter. Your soul bond clearly provides extraordinary magical benefits, as demonstrated with the diadem. However, I remain concerned about its unguided development." He withdrew the purple potion vial from the previous day. "I understand your hesitation regarding my stabilization solution. Perhaps a compromise? Allow Professor Snape to explain the formulation in detail, addressing your understandable academic curiosity. Then you might make a more informed decision." "That seems reasonable," Hermione acknowledged, though their private intention remained unchanged. "When would this explanation occur?" "Professor Snape could meet with you this evening," Dumbledore suggested. "His expertise in both potions and soul magic makes him uniquely qualified to address your questions." They agreed to this arrangement, recognizing the opportunity to gather more information about Dumbledore's intentions regarding their bond. As the meeting concluded, Dumbledore made one final observation that caught them off guard. "I notice you've both been absent from your dormitories at night," he commented mildly. "While I understand the discomfort separation may cause during bond formation, discretion would be advisable given your heightened public profiles." The casual revelation that he monitored their sleeping locations was disturbing, confirming their suspicions about ongoing surveillance. "We've found a suitable arrangement that doesn't violate school rules," Hermione replied evenly, offering no details about the Room of Requirements, Haven, configuration. "I'm sure you have," Dumbledore smiled benignly. "Creativity has always been among your many talents, Miss Granger." As they left his office, the implications of this meeting weighed heavily on them both. Dumbledore was adjusting his approach, offering more active partnership while still attempting to maintain ultimate control through surveillance and potential bond manipulation. "He's trying to co-opt us," Harry observed as they headed toward McGonagall's office for their scheduled pensive session. "Recognize our capabilities and fold them into his plans rather than fight against them directly." "It's a smart adaptation," Hermione acknowledged. "And potentially useful for us too, if we maintain awareness of his underlying motives." Professor McGonagall was waiting when they arrived, her office already prepared with privacy charms and the borrowed pensieve from her personal quarters. "I trust your meeting with the headmaster was informative," she inquired, her tone carefully neutral. "He's shifting strategies," Harry confirmed. More open information sharing, invitations to participate in Horcrux hunting, but still pushing that bond stabilization potion. McGonagall's lips thinned disapprovingly. Albus rarely abandons his objectives, merely finds alternative paths toward them. She gestured to the pensive. The memories from your parents' vault, Miss Granger. You wish to view them now? Hermione nodded, withdrawing the small wooden chest from her beaded bag. Inside, several crystal vials contained swirling silver memories, each labeled in elegant script. She selected one marked, "For our daughter," explanation, that seemed the logical starting point. With McGonagall's guidance, they poured the memory into the pensieve and prepared to enter together. "I'll stand guard," McGonagall assured them. "Take whatever time you need." Holding hands to maintain their connection, they leaned forward and fell into the swirling silver mist of Eleanor and Edward Dagworth Granger's memory. They found themselves in an elegant study similar to the one from the prophecy memory, but with subtle differences suggesting a different location. Eleanor sat behind the desk, her resemblance to Hermione even more striking in this clearer memory. Beside her stood Edward, his hand resting supportively on her shoulder. "Our dearest Hermione," Eleanor began, addressing the memory directly. "If you're viewing this, then our protective enchantments have dissolved as planned, and you've discovered your true heritage. We've created several memories to explain different aspects of our decisions and your legacy, but this first one contains the most essential information." Edward continued, his voice deep and measured. "You were born on September 19, 1979, during the height of the First Wizarding War. Your birth was a closely guarded secret, known only to our most trusted friends and family members. When you were just 3 months old," Eleanor explained, "we received a warning from a trusted seer, Madame Cresswell, whose prophecy you may have already viewed. She foresaw that the Dark Lord Voldemort had learned of your existence and the prophecy concerning you. He intended to either capture you for his purposes or eliminate you as a potential threat." Edward's expression hardened with remembered fear. "We had already lost too many friends and family to his reign of terror. Your safety became our only priority. After consulting with experts in protective magic, we devised a plan more extreme than a simple Fidelius charm. Ancient blood magic," Eleanor elaborated, "similar to what would later protect Harry Potter, though we didn't know it at the time. We temporarily bound your innate magical abilities and obscured your magical signature, making you appear to be Muggle-born rather than the heir to 2 powerful magical lineages. My cousin Helen and her husband Richard, technically distant relatives through a squib branch of our family, agreed to raise you as their own," Eleanor continued, tears forming in her eyes. "They were successful dentists living entirely in the Muggle world, making them perfect guardians for our purposes. The blood connection, though diluted, allowed our protective enchantments to function properly." Edward picked up the explanation. "To complete the protection, we ourselves went into hiding under different identities. We continued our research work remotely, monitoring your development from afar through specialized tracking charms that wouldn't alert Voldemort to your location. The enchantments were designed to dissolve on your 17th birthday," Eleanor added. "By then, we hoped, you would be sufficiently educated and mature to handle both your heritage and the responsibilities that come with it." Her expression grew more serious. "What we couldn't have anticipated was the soul bond that Madame Cresswell predicted. The fact that it has manifested indicates that events are proceeding as foreseen. You have indeed found Fate's chosen one, and formed a magical connection of extraordinary significance. In Ravenclaw's vault," Edward continued, "you'll find the grimoires and journals that explain this bond more fully. The Ravenclaw line has experienced such connections before, though rarely of the strength Madame Cresswell predicted for yours." Eleanor leaned forward, her expression intense. "Most importantly, Hermione, you must understand that your bond is not merely a personal connection but potentially the key to ending Voldemort's threat permanently. The combined magic of Ravenclaw's heir and her bonded partner creates a force capable of countering even the darkest magic. There is another memory specifically addressing what we learned about Voldemort's methods of achieving immortality," Edward added. "And how your bond might be uniquely equipped to counter them. Before we conclude this initial explanation," Eleanor said, her voice softening, we want you to know how deeply we loved you. The decision to place you with Helen and Richard was the most painful choice of our lives, made bearable only by knowing they would care for you with genuine affection. We've watched your progress from afar, Edward said proudly. Your brilliance, your courage, your compassion, all qualities we hoped you would develop regardless of who raised you. Eleanor smiled through her tears. We don't know if we're still alive as you view this memory. The protective enchantments were designed to dissolve upon our deaths if that occurred before your 17th birthday. But whether we've survived to meet you again or not, know that you were loved completely from the moment you entered this world. Trust your bond, Edward advised seriously. Trust the ancient magic that flows through your veins. And most importantly, trust yourself, Hermione. You were born for extraordinary things. As the memory began to fade, Eleanor added one final warning: be cautious of those who claim to act for the greater good. Even well-intentioned guidance can become manipulation when personal agency is disregarded. The study dissolved around them, and they found themselves back in McGonagall's office, still holding hands as they processed the emotional and informational weight of what they'd witnessed. Your parents, Harry said softly, feeling Hermione's emotions surge through their bond, a complex mixture of grief, pride, and determination. They really did everything to protect you. Hermione nodded, wiping away tears. And they knew about our bond somehow, even then. They anticipated it would be crucial against Voldemort. McGonagall, seeing their emotional state, conjured tea with a wave of her wand. Take a moment, she advised gently. Processing familial revelations requires both intellectual and emotional space. As they sipped the comforting beverage, Hermione's analytical mind began connecting pieces of information. They mentioned another memory specifically about Voldemort's immortality methods. We should view that next, it might provide insights beyond what Dumbledore has shared. Harry agreed, his support flowing through their bond. When they felt sufficiently composed, they selected the vial labeled Voldemort's Immortality and prepared to enter another memory. This time they found themselves in what appeared to be a research laboratory. Eleanor and Edward worked among ancient tomes and complex magical instruments, their expressions grave as they documented findings on extensive parchment scrolls. Hermione, Edward began without preamble, this memory contains information that few in the wizarding world possess, the complete understanding of Voldemort's method of achieving immortality and how it might be countered. Eleanor gestured to their research. As Dagworth Grangers, we specialized in the interaction between potions and soul magic. As Ravenclaw's descendant, I had access to knowledge few others could obtain. Together, we pieced together what Tom Riddle, calling himself Lord Voldemort, had accomplished. Horcruxes, Edward stated grimly. But not merely one, as dark wizards had occasionally attempted throughout history. Our intelligence suggests he created multiple soul vessels, an unprecedented violation of natural magic. Our research indicates he targeted historically significant artifacts, Eleanor continued. Particularly items connected to Hogwarts founders. We believe this was both practical, powerful objects capable of housing soul fragments, and symbolic, allowing him to claim connection to wizarding history's most significant figures. Edward unrolled a parchment map of Britain with locations marked in red. We tracked magical disturbances consistent with Horcrux creation to several locations before we were forced into hiding. Most concerning was evidence suggesting he planned 7 such divisions, the maximum theoretical limit before complete magical instability. What you must understand, Eleanor emphasized, is that conventional methods of destroying Horcruxes are limited and dangerous. Basilisk venom, fiendfire, and similar destructive forces that can overcome the protective enchantments. However, Edward continued with increasing intensity, our research into soul bonds, particularly those involving Ravenclaw's line, revealed an alternative approach. When properly channeled, the harmonic resonance of bonded magical cores creates a purifying force that can separate a soul fragment from its vessel without destroying the container. This matters particularly for historically significant artifacts, Eleanor added. Ravenclaw's diadem, Hufflepuff's cup, Slytherin's locket, these represent wizarding heritage that should be preserved rather than destroyed. Edward moved to another research table, revealing complex magical formulas and ritual designs. We developed theoretical frameworks for a ritual that would allow bonded pairs to cleanse Horcruxes. The complete methodology should be in Ravenclaw's personal grimoire, which you'll find in her vault. Most crucially, Eleanor said, her expression deadly serious, our research suggests something unprecedented about your potential bond partner, Harry Potter, if prophecies align as we suspect. His survival of the killing curse indicates a unique magical signature that may be particularly effective against Voldemort's magic when combined with Ravenclaw's bloodline. Edward nodded grimly. We believe Voldemort inadvertently created a connection to Potter the night he failed to kill him, perhaps even transferring power or magical essence. This connection, when properly understood and utilized through your bond, may provide the key to his final defeat. We've left additional research notes in a sealed compartment within the Ravenclaw vault, Eleanor explained. The box will open only to your touch combined with that of your bonded partner, ensuring this knowledge remains protected until you're both prepared to use it. The memory began to fade as Edward offered a final instruction: trust your bond, trust your heritage, but verify everything independently, even information from those who appear to be allies. In matters of soul magic, intention matters as much as methodology. As they emerged from the pensieve, the implications of this second memory left them momentarily speechless. McGonagall waited patiently, sensing the significance of what they'd witnessed. My parents knew about the Horcruxes, Hermione finally said. And they developed the exact ritual we used last night to cleanse the diadem. More importantly, Harry added, his expression troubled, they suggested Voldemort created some kind of connection to me the night he tried to kill me. Something beyond what Dumbledore has explained. McGonagall's sharp intake of breath suggested this information confirmed suspicions she herself had harbored. Did they specify the nature of this connection? She asked carefully. Not exactly, Hermione answered. But they implied it might be similar to a power transfer, something that could be utilized through our bond to defeat him. We need to find that sealed compartment they mentioned, Harry decided. Their additional research might explain what this connection is and how it relates to the prophecy. And we need to compare their information with what Dumbledore knows, Hermione added. He's been researching Horcruxes for years, how much of this has he already discovered? And more importantly, what might he be withholding? McGonagall considered this carefully. Albus has always operated on a need-to-know basis, even with the Order. If he believes certain information might influence your actions in ways contrary to his strategy, he might keep it from us entirely, Harry finished grimly. Like whatever this connection between me and Voldemort really means. They shared a moment of silent determination, their bond resonating with shared purpose. Whatever secrets Dumbledore still kept, whatever plans Voldemort had set in motion, they would face them together, armed with knowledge from both present and past, strengthened by ancient magic that transcended even death. What's our next step? Harry asked, their bond conveying his readiness to act. We need to return to Gringotts, Hermione decided. Find that sealed compartment with their additional research. Then compare what we learn with whatever Dumbledore reveals in our ongoing cooperation. And continue strengthening our bond, Harry added. If it's really the key to defeating Voldemort, we need to master every aspect of it. McGonagall nodded approvingly. A sound strategy. I can arrange another Gringotts visit next weekend. Her expression grew more serious. In the meantime, proceed with caution in your interactions with the headmaster. Particularly regarding that potion he seems determined you should take. We have no intention of consuming it, Hermione assured her. But learning its composition might provide insight into exactly how he hopes to influence our bond. As they prepared to leave, McGonagall added one final observation. Your parents were extraordinary researchers, Miss Granger, combining academic brilliance with practical application. I see those same qualities in you. She glanced between them. In both of you, working in concert. Whatever challenges lie ahead, that combination of methodical analysis and intuitive action serves you well. The validation from their respected professor strengthened their resolve as they departed, heading toward the Great Hall for dinner. Their path forward was becoming clearer: continue researching Horcruxes independently while selectively participating in Dumbledore's plans, develop their bond's capabilities to their fullest extent, and prepare for inevitable confrontation with both Voldemort's forces and potentially Dumbledore's manipulations. The wizarding world's complicated political landscape, Hermione's public heritage revelation, Harry's prophesied role, ancient magic awakening through their bond, all these elements were converging toward a future neither had anticipated but both were increasingly determined to shape on their own terms. As they walked side by side, their bond humming with shared purpose and growing power, one certainty sustained them both: whatever came next, they would face it united, not as pawns in someone else's game, but as partners forging their own destiny. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.